divine night, gods and goddesses, chaos beings, titans. We know what we are, we know what we're becoming. Therefore, everything that is coming needs to play out the way it needs to play out. It's a script. There's nothing better than understand that it's a script, and the script got to play out in order for us to tune in. You got to tune in to your higher to tune out what your lower fed upon. As we are in this age of Aquarius, this age of knowing, just wanted to drop it out on the lecture. I said earlier, I made a post. I'm dedicating this entire lecture to my Tia Abby that just recently transitioned earlier today. I was with her on the astral plane in the crossroads, ushering her into her new self, tapping into that energy, feeling that energy, being in that space, being away for quite some time. The rising of your energy, the rising of that serpent, the rising of that, you're coming into your, as you come into your knowing, this is going to become more prevalent. It's going to become more prevalent for the visions, what you see, questioning everything. It's always positive to question everything. It's when we question things, are we questioning them based on knowing, aka intuition, feeding our intuition, strengthening our intuition, reprogramming our psyche, or are we doing it from a trauma space? A lot of the things that are happening are based off of the same old distraction type traumas that we are continuously going through throughout day to day. Everything is a reflection of something that's happening within. A fall is actually a rise, and a rise is actually a fall. The first come last, and the last come first. All of these quintessential quotes that our elders or the pastor always said that were basically based off an emotional response, to get an emotional response from you, have deeper meanings on the esoteric side of things, similar to your zodiac, similar to the synchronicity, the synchronization of seeing certain numbers, similar to all of these things. All of these things fall under the program of you tapping into something more. You have this hunger, therefore you're looking for more. The thing that stops us from wanting and going for more is our decisive inability to be open to it. It gets harder and harder. The harder that it gets, basically, that's something that's testing you next. Having to, the ability to challenge everything you've ever known, the ability to step through everything that you've ever known based on learning, based on embracing. It's a harder balance for your humanity, that humanity part of self, that lower part of self, the animalistic side of self, to respond in ways that actually hinder your growth. I myself personally have always had the ability of detachment. As I stepped higher into my spirituality, my higher self, the detachability became more prevalent. It was actually a tool. The thing that I'm learning to balance now is the consequence to detachment, the consequence to breaking away, the consequence to my cause, which led to the effects of what happens. You have to be able to wear that, but you're not wearing that as your higher self. You're wearing that as, and when you wear it as when you try to wear it as a badge, what ends up happening is you have to rock that badge. If you were known for something, you have to rock that badge. I gotta rock this badge. I gotta rock out, hold this badge. That's that burden, that's that heart against the weight of a feather. What you're doing now, everything that you're doing now should be engulfed in your spiritual growth and engulfed in your awakening. Everything that you're going through is engulfing you in your awakening. You cannot go back because you will go crazy. It's like going once, it's like one of the age-old things. Everybody like, once you see it, then you're gonna go crazy. Like once you start seeing everything for what it is, as an energy or a conduit or an archon or whatever it may be, once you start seeing these things for what they actually are, it is up to you to move how you need to move. No one can be like, nah, you need to come over here. No, you need to come over here. No, nah, do this, do that, do that. It's up to you based on where in the what you are becoming, not the where, not the who you were. The going back, that slide of going back and forth between who and what before you're getting into that space of no self. We're getting into that no self. Getting into that no self. I'm gonna start with the story of what happened. These last couple of days, I've been going through. These last couple of months, I'll say, I've been going through I've been going through the trials of a Titan. It's the only way I can explain it. Everything lined up. That's the only way I can like compartmentalize. I don't like compartmentalizing things, but I've been going through I've been going through the trials of a Titan. I've been going through the trials of a great old one. What brought it into focus was I went to go see my aunt that was in the hospital. They still didn't know what it was. I know what it was on the spiritual level. She was like, I'm ready. The first time I went there, before anyone got into the room, she told me, it's time for me to go. It's time for me to go on. My nickname from my aunt was always her little zombie, her little Saturn, her little Saturday. Even though I wasn't born on a Saturday, I never knew why she called me her little Saturday, her little zombie. I wasn't aware of what she was telling me what I was, telling me everything I was linked up till now. Now and going through this, I've been going through the trials of the Titans. Everything that's came into my life, whether being people, places, or things, served as conduits to that energy for me. Whether my grounding being the earth signs, the one that plays the biggest role, the one that plays the biggest role in my life is the earth sign, towards that bull energy. Other air signs, fire signs. The fire sign would be my job being the chaos that it is. That's that fire energy. So me learning how to manipulate the energy me getting stronger and manipulating energy, I'm able to manipulate that space to feed my purpose. I'm not feeding its purpose. So I can step clearly away as I need to step away. As you're getting deeper into yourself, that cutting of yourself is going to be the most difficult in the aspects of letting go of what made you what made you who you are, not what you not what you're becoming. In becoming, before you reach to that, and there's many levels of becoming, because there's many levels of what we get stuck on a lot of times is you become conscious. Okay, you conscious, go grab an ankh, go grab some crystals, go grab some incense, go grab yourself patchouli oil, and boom, you conscious. You ain't got to do nothing else. Just like in school, just like school taught you on this level, in this realm, it taught you that there's levels, there's lessons to every level. That's the same way with this consciousness. I'm in the level where I'm in like the after graduate school or that finishing school, going to the next level of the schooling. That's my level. In me being in that level, there's a lot of different things that I can touch and I can do and I'm in tune to that I can't explain until after it's happened. You can't explain your enlightenment in them. If you can explain it in the moment, it wasn't an enlightenment, it was a lesson. There's a difference between a lesson and enlightenment. A lesson puts you into a space where you'll be in this block right here, and you'll be in that space, and everything's going to seem to consume you in that space. That's where no self starts. That's where the chaos opens up that door to your no self. To that you don't know, who the fuck am I if I let go of all this shit? Who am I without my cars? Who am I without my jewels? Who am I without this? Who am I without this bad chick on my arm? Who am I without this tall, dark, and handsome brother on my arm? Who am I without this stuff? Am I still me? Can I still see myself as me? Who am I? You're coming into, remember, we're gods, great old ones, the titans, on this lower level, crumbled them, made the humans. The great mother Sophia, that energy crumbled and brought us down to this level to help cultivate this level. But when you come into a certain space, that was your amnesia. Now it's going backwards. Now you're out of the amnesia. Now you're in the phase of, you're in the mirror of your amnesia. So as you're in this space, nothing seems familiar. Everything that you related to no longer seems familiar. How you used to see things doesn't seem familiar. You start seeing things differently. You start seeing things for how they are, but then that's that next test, that's that next lesson. Are you doing it based on your trauma, or are you doing it based on intuition? What is leading you? What voice is leading you? Is your ego leading you? Did your mother do this? Your father did this? So every time now that you see something that looks like that, that's a reflection of something that your mother or father did, how attached are you to it? It's easy to detach from the things that you thought were assholes and you didn't like anyway. It's easy to detach from that part. The thing that's going to get trivial for you to detach from in this space of you rising into yourself are the things that you valued and the things that you loved at a point in time, the things that served you at a point in time. I can say this. How many of us came from a wholesome family? The two-parent household, or the courageous single mother, the courageous single father, or uncle or grandmother, that wholesome family that you see, that who came from that Leave It to Beaver type family? Did you love your mother? Did you love your father? Did you love your aunt? Did you love your grandmother? Did you love these people? On that level, makes you think about something. The things that came into your life that you love the most, based on this level, and I've been reading back and forth on this, is like that person that was in your family was there for a reason. That person that slid through your life was there for a reason. That torment, that hunger, that starvation of your ego was there for a purpose. That's all on the aspects of understanding the distractions that will distract you from getting to you. Because we're based off of, in the human level, we're literally, us, especially as a people, we're based off of traumas. Our bondings are based off of traumas. And I'm not talking about directly based. Some are based on directly on trauma, and some are based indirectly off of trauma. The trauma of not being loved. The trauma of not being seen for what I need to be seen as. The trauma for attention. Of not getting attention. The trauma of not being fed. The trauma of not being protected. Indirect traumas. Somewhere in your life, you never felt that you had this. You never had something in your life in an aspect to where you're at. And your ego will help you defend against anything that will stop you from losing that. Before we get any deeper, let me plug my charger in. My uncle almost stole my laptop. He almost did it smooth, too. He was like, "You want a tablet? I know you don't want a tablet." He was like, "You want a tablet? You can have my tablet." I was like, "Sure, but at what price am I getting this tablet for?" "Oh, you just want my laptop." "Nah, you can't have my laptop." "Not to you can't have my laptop." But going into the aspects of the bonds that you have built within your life, are they based off of trauma or are they based off of growth? These are the two major things. Trauma or growth. Becoming or serving. You serve your trauma, but you become your growth. You serve your trauma, but you become your growth. Serving your trauma will have you accepting the false pride or the false intellect, the false test of your intellect based on your survival, based on where you're at. That'll have you going back to what made you comfortable before, to your presumed doghouse or your cage. This is no different than the distraction that they've given you. Now there's 50 million hashtags, similar to when Nipsey died, Nipsey transition. There's 50 different hashtags. Now they got girl dad, which that just seems weird in itself. That's reading girl dad, hashtag girl dad. That just screams something deeper into your mind. Girl dad, hashtag girl dad, girl's dad. That just screams something different in your mind. But as you're looking at these things, you cannot look at them from an emotional level. You cannot look at them from an emotional level, because that will hinder you from seeing based on your spiritual intelligence and growing your spiritual intelligence. The idiocracy, drinking from the community fountain, is not meant for you. You can go into a space. If anybody saw the artwork that I used, I did the left-handed path. The left-handed path is of solidarity. It will be the most alone that you will ever feel. It will be the most alone that you will ever feel. You're not alone. You're not alone at all. You have 6 billion cells in your body that are working for you, that are rooting for you, the star player that you look at in the mirror every fucking day. One thing that was interesting that my aunt said, she said it to me 3 times throughout the year. The first time I stepped over there, I went over there for some spiritual advice and a ritual to get done. I went under a deep sleep. I saw my pops. She linked me to my pops. She said my pops wanted to talk to me. You've been evading the issues with him. You haven't put a cigar on the altar for him. You haven't poured his favorite drink on the altar for him. I was like, how did she know what I'm not doing at my house? I was like, hold up, wait. You can't. She's a great mother energy, and she went back to her great mother energy. She's been playing with her candle on the altar all day since I lit the shit. Like, I didn't even realize what candles I bought today when I went to go grab my candles. I literally went in there still under the phase of her, still under spiritual eyes, and went and got the candles that I got. And when I came here and I saw the candle, like, damn, I lit a spiritual cleansing candle, I lit a blessing candle, and I lit a dragon blood candle. Didn't realize what candles I bought or purchased or lit to bring her to that ether. Later on, I'm going to drop the other stuff on the altar for her. But it's about embracing that energy. It's no coincidence that my aunt's favorite colors were purple and gold. My grandmother's favorite colors were purple and gold. My father's favorite colors were purple, gold, blue, and black. My uncle, my aunt, my transition family members that I'm spiritually in tune with, their favorite colors are always on my altar. That's once you're tapped into your energy and you started cleansing your psyche of everything that you used to believe, and you go into that state of knowing, that's when that shit taps in. I had a conversation with my man Tooney the other day, and he was talking about the synchronicity of his spirit animal popping up. I said, that's that synchronization taking you to something more. Broke down earlier in the week that before I even wrote down this lecture title, before any of this happened this week in the news, I had this lecture title. I had most of my lecture titles in alignment by the time I'm done with the last week, the lecture before. It's just that I have to slow myself down because I can't do a 6-hour tape. I can, but that's so much information to cover. And within 6 hours that I'll be sitting there speaking for damn near ever. And we're not going to speak for it now. Put it in those 3-hour blocks. Even those threes have a spiritual understanding to them. That 333, that 333, that's that 666. That's that chemical composition. That's that pure, that's coming from that pure dark or the 9 or the ether. Ether comes in many forms. The Nas song, he said, ether make the soul burn slow. What he was talking about was the stuff around your soul in deeper interpretation. The ether is your emotions. Ether are your thoughts, your emotions, your ego, your feelings, your vanity, your vexes, your vices. Those are the ethers. You ever tried to stop something and you couldn't stop it because your ego was like, nah, just a little bit. Nah, just a little bit. Nah, I'm gonna stop smoking. I'm gonna stop smoking. But when I drink, I smoke. So now you got a vex. Now you got a vex connected to another vex. You have a vice connected to another vice. So I'm only going to smoke when I drink. So then your ego tell you it's 12 o'clock somewhere. Then you see something on the fucking, then you'll see something hit your timeline. You see something on a commercial, or you'll see a movie. It's 12 o'clock somewhere. And then that's how that links. Your mind literally creates your ego on this level creates everything based on what's in your subconscious. That's how deep that shit goes. Similar to you seeing in real time when you go on Google on your fucking phone, on your laptop or whatever, and then you go on your Facebook page and you see like 70 different ads on what you just looked up. That's how your mind works. What's happening at this level is they're trying to lock you in because this is a lockdown. This is Earth. This is the prison. What they're doing is they're trying to line up this false alignment or this false light under this false light and hiding behind the shadows what's feeding. If I keep you in the light, I can hide in your shadow. If I keep you in the light, I can hide in your trauma. If I keep you in the light, I can hide in your pain. I can hide in your fear. I can hide in your emotions. I can now insert things into your emotional imbalance, your trauma trigger. I can now link things into there and bring things into there that are going to do one or two things that are going to distract you from getting to where you need to get to. But here's how the spirit works. Similar to the coronavirus, the chrono cobra. I forgot the other word. Chrono cobra, the asp, the mamba, the snake, the kundalini. If I attack your spirit, if I attack your mind, and I attack your psyche and give you the death of somebody, and then I constantly throw out mamba, mamba, mamba. All you think is snake, snake, snake. Your subconscious records snake, snake, snake. The snake fell, the snake fell, the snake fell, the snake fell, the snake fell. If you're still programmed in religion, this is how it connects. Unconsciously beknownst to you, it connects to the story of Adam and Eve. It connects to that story of Adam and Eve. The snake was in the garden. And so Eve to bite the apple, which was nothing but your serpentine energy rising to the feminine aspect, saying, if you eat this, it shall nurture your wisdom and give you abundant knowledge. Two sides, same coin. But what it will do is similar to you have 50 million motherfucking black activists, congressmen, whatever they are, come out talking about economic plans, talking about police brutality, talking about prison reform, talking about changing laws and creating laws to better us for better black people. Common sense to even the ones that just came into their awakening. If I wasn't written into the Constitution anyway, and it takes three of me to be one person, just to be one man, the laws weren't meant for me anyway. You're submitting to laws that are lower than you. You're submitting to things that are lower than you. So when your higher self kicks in, hits you in the side of the head, like, the fuck are you doing? Why are you appeasing shit that's lower than you? Why are you not seeing it for what it is? Why are you not taking it to deeper understanding what it may be? Why are you allowing your emotions to be your master? Why are you allowing your urges to be your masters? Now you're going through school trying to get your masters when you're already the master of all. You're trying to go through this school as a human But you're never going to kick into the other habit of mystery system that all this shit is you. All this shit is you. All this up, down, round, all this shit is you. First is you. All the knowledge, all the greatness, all the shit that you read. Yeah, we did this and we did this and we were so strong, we were so powerful, we were so great, we were so grand. All that shit's you. So your ego will tell you, this is how your ego defends. Your ego plays the devil, plays that lower half of yourself, and will tell you you were great. And in that same sentence, you ain't gotta listen to what the fuck they say. It's telling you two truths. It's telling you two truths and two lies at the same exact time, because it's feeding and appeasing to your ego on your lower half. So you get stuck in your lower three chakras: survival, pleasure, and riches. Survival, pleasure, and riches. Survival, pleasure, and riches. So you fall short of creating anything for yourself because you're used to getting what you're getting here. Even if it's in the most negative sense, you can control what you do with it. And it can make you go further back. 9 times out of 10, it makes you go further back. 9 times out of 10, like if you approach something and it hits you in an emotional manner, the first thing you do naturally is to step back. Now what's behind you? Everything that you left on the cutting room floor is behind you. Oh, I forgot about this and I forgot about that. Ooh, a shiny bottle, a shiny coin. What are these coins for? Why do I have these coins? The only way that you're going to be able to get to your higher self, that land of milk and honey, those two chemicals that come together to make the colostrum, that anointed oil to your anointed Christ, that Christ energy, your Christ self, is taking yourself down that river Styx. That river Styx is your spinal column. The gold coins that in mythology that they placed on the eyes for them to go through, that's humanity and ego. You must pay. This price is based with your humanity and your ego. Letting your ego go, letting this humanity go. Letting what humanity is and letting go with what ego is. Letting go of what is controlling you to see deeper, and letting go of the feeling of, once I take this step, nobody's going to understand me anymore. Once I take these steps, no one's going to understand me anymore. It's not for them to understand you. It's for you to understand you. It's not for them to value you or have attention, give you attention or give you worth. It's for you to give yourself attention, value, and worth. Everything outside, everything that comes into your life is a conduit of you learning that. Is a conduit of you learning that. It's a conduit of you stepping into that crossroads. Every day you're put at a crossroads. Literally, you can walk out. I can walk out of my apartment right now and there's a crossroads. One goes that way to the store and subway, and the other one goes towards my job and the gym and wherever else I do in that side when I go in town. Right across the street is where I get all of my big incense and my black and milds and my rolling papers for my herbs. Back is home. Home from what I know it as. But in that same level, remember there's multiple levels. On that same level, at that crossroads, when I look at it, when I go out, I see where I started at this level, and I can go this way, or I can go that way, or I can go forward into 3 levels of the unknown. Stepping out into 3 levels of the unknown. Also under the crazy factor that if I go left from my house, my now very spiritual advisor has transitioned on. So the purposing for me to go there in the physical sense is no longer needed. When I go this way, this road is becoming congested because it's no longer needed for me to go that way after a while. So all I have in front of me is the path that's in front of me. But you have to be able to see yourself at that spot and accept what's at each turn that you have to make. You're going to have to go down each one of the paths. Each one, the path of egos. The path of egos. The river Styx. These different paths of egos. This Nile. These Nile rivers. These many banks of the Nile that leads into you. You have to take those steps. You must take those steps at all costs. The things that would get us trapped into these things are humanity and ego. Some of the things that happens with humanity is if you have children, what are my kids going to do? When you got to a certain age, yourself, all I need is money for food and get clothes. They get a job, they got money for food and clothes. After a while, they're going to go against. On this level right now, the way that it is rising, the way everything is coming together is I see the younger generation or that next generation, they're further removed from religion. Where my generation, we had a few of us that play our purpose and we woke up and now we're in the age of knowing, so we're gathering our shit and we're good. We're getting our work, putting that work in. That ushers in the next level. I had a thought the other day. I was thinking about this, bringing everything to light. Our Dr. Ben Yosef, Dr. John Henry Clark's, countless other historians, they brought all the history to the light. What they instilled into us, the ones that were in the knowing that were waking up, was, all right, cool, it's our cue again. They're bringing all the information out. What the Bobby Hemmings, the Phil Valentines, the David Blaise, what they do, the Sebastians, what they do, they took those first shots at your ego and humanity, organizing that conscious mind, that collective consciousness based on the mental. Now we're in a level of understanding exactly what's been hidden, the occult, what's been programmed, what we are still seeing. You can go into a place right now, I can guarantee you go to there's always going to be Black Panther factions or meetings. There's always going to be Pan-Africanism and those meetings. There's always going to be the Power Rangers of the Hebrew Israelites on the corner. There's always going to be the Amin-Ra squad versus the Power Rangers clashing on the corner. It's always going to be there at this level. It's needed at this level for this level to sustain. What you have to look into, what we have to look into, is going past that and looking into ourselves. Saving yourself first. We've been taught for years and years and years that wasn't your rhetoric. The reason that you see so much dysfunction, or you'll see someone bucking at something, and I like that little nigga. That little nigga's, yeah. Like I remember being the little nigga. I remember being the little nigga. And those 5%ers was like, I like that little nigga. That nigga's the truth. That nigga's wild. I was 12, 13 years old. They said he was wild. What they were saying to me was, that's a God right there. The shit that you connect to on that bizarre level, on that higher level, that's God level shit. God's work. God's rock with gods. God's rock with gods. Gods don't give a shit about the feelings of the humanity aspect. And when you're stepping into your higher self, you're literally desensitizing yourself to that so you can actually see. Because that guise or your ego will defend you, but like, nah, get mad at it. Nah, do this. Nah, go do that. No, go do this. That'll show them. That'll show them. All you're showing is indirectly that still has power over you in some way, shape, or form. And if I want to continue having power over you, all I must do is do that same thing. I can be the devil at this point in time, or I can be God at this certain time. Understanding both sides to rise above, not choosing this side, not choosing this side, understanding both sides so you can rise above it. There's so many things that happen in our community that can be easily solved by you looking within yourself rather than trying to fix the perception of yourself to others. Trying to fix the perception of fixing the perception of what others think of you is what got you here in the first place. You're feeding the demiurge of this level because the demiurge created things to sustain humanity. The demiurge created vessels and entities to sustain reality. It created the archons, it created these entities to sustain humanity. So you're sustaining on an economic plan. You're sustaining on you need this much money to go do this. You're sustaining to do this. You put yourselves in positions, you put yourself in a position and you stay in that position at all fucking costs simply because you're getting something from it. Because we've been taught a little bit of something is better than nothing. A little bit of something is better than nothing. When you have that mentality, when that mentality has been programmed into you for generations and generations and generations, and that's locked into your ego, that's locked into your DNA, and your DNA is now coated with this nice, shiny, fucking sugar-coated bullshit, breaking away from that program is going to require you breaking your psyche and checking yourself. There's going to be things as you're rising to your higher level that's going to check and put your ego in the fucking hot seat at every given chance to see how you're going to react to it. Are you going to react to it the same way you did before, or are you going to step through it? Take all the time you need. Do what you need to do to get through it. But don't become the self-inflicted victim of what is holding you down. Don't become the self-inflicted victim of your own emotions. Allowing yourself to get stuck will keep you from going to where you need to go. If I was Lil Carlo Sambi from the 8th and 9th grade or the 11th and 12th grade when my pops transitioned in 2003, then I would not be able to stand at the crossroads. I would not be able to be in that dark space sitting in my aunt's living room, my aunt and uncle's living room, literally in the physical, but in the mental space, I'm literally at the crossroads of this black and white scene, and I'm standing there with my hand held out, similar to the picture that I posted on Instagram, the monster version of the Aquarius, standing there with this purple robe on. I can see myself because I'm bird's eye viewing it, sitting there, holding my hand out to my own aunt and taking her to the other side. I wouldn't be able to embrace that power of myself. My emotions would have me looking at that as the child I was trying to reach out, tell her to come back. So I had to burn through that ether and allow that space, allow myself to fully step into that space to do that work. Because I've been doing this work on this level. So it's time for me to actually start synthesizing my works on both sides, living truly in that spiritual encompassing at all costs. It's a very perplexing shot, and it shows you your strength and power. After I came back, my stomach was in fucking shambles. I felt like there was like shit cords being pulled out of my fucking soul and shit. And I laid for like a good 4 or 5 hours before I can actually become mobile again, before I actually could move again. That type of energy, that type of work in the bounce back, in the conscious sector of it. I did that shit unconsciously so many times. When my pops transitioned, I literally became my pops. I wanted my pops to come back so bad that for 6 months straight, I was my pops. Slashes in my eyebrows, fang grill. He had a grill that had fuck you in it. I went and got the same grill. I became my father. Last words my father told me was, don't become me. He already knew what he was doing from the beginning because he knew I was going to become just like him. I became him, but better. Everything that he did, I did better. Because I was still attached to what shaped me on my ego. I was still attached to what shaped me. That's what shaped me. So I held on to that burden in my heart of standing up and honoring, what's the other word? Avenging my father's death. Avenging my cousin's death. We put this thought process in ourselves of avenging something, avenging the sanctity, avenging these emotions, avenging these traumas, being stuck in that trauma. So now you're feeding your trauma. Now you're feeding your ego. Now everything that comes around you would be connected based on your traumas. Now everybody that comes around you is based on your traumas. Now all the issues that come up in the news are based on your traumas. Oh my God, someone just got shot. Oh my God, they choked out air gun and it could have been me. Oh my God, my mother didn't listen to me when my uncle used to come in the room, or her boyfriends used to come in the room all the time. But what made your mother do that? Your mother's acceptance of something or needing a need for love or something is what ushered in these entities to say, ooh, we're in there. Let's go in here and do this. The burdens that you hold shape you or destroy you. The burdens that you hold on your heart make you or help you grow based on how you use them. Everything is on that learning experience. You just getting hot at the fucking sense. Think about the things that raise your temperature. Think about the things that raise your temperature. Are they based off an urge in ego being appeased? Or are they based on lower level desires being appeased? Or are they actually helping you go somewhere? Are you tapping into that energy to go somewhere? Or you just want to have a different change of scenery in the same shithole? That's what this snake, that's what is rising. That energy that's rising, all that showed me when I first saw it was like, oh, so the transition of the Mamba stepping through the doorway of death, him stepping through the doorway of death, daughter being the 13, which is that next number after you go to alchemy. For master out, the 8 is the of alchemy. 13th is that 13th door, that 13th house into your more psychic abilities. Spirit gave me a sign because I read it as the sign for the spirit to give that to me because I'm actively doing my works. So everything that comes is a sign. Everything that comes, I can use. whether it's a tragedy or a triumph. It's something that can be used. Oh, we got Trump in office. That's a fucking tragedy. How's it a tragedy? For the motherfuckers that need to know what the fuck, for the people that know what the fuck they need to know, that's right on time. Tired of the same old, same old. Let me see it for what the fuck it is. You're seeing exactly what the fuck you need to see to give you further understanding on, like, you know what? I don't need to be no parts of this. That's just over with. I don't need to have no parts of this shit. That is not, no. It's showing you exactly what you need to see. But are you viewing it based on the veil of trauma or the open window of intuition? You're knowing. What do you know for certain? On this level, you know tomorrow if your job burned down, they're going to give you some type of supplemental pay. So what you worried about your job burning down for? If you go for a job and you don't get that job, your ego will tell you, yo, man, I passed the assessment. I did everything I was supposed to do to get that, man. Why didn't I get it? Because you're meant for something more. Every time something comes to you in a disappointment, that means you're meant for it means there's something more to it. You're not looking at it. You're not envisioning it. Some things are exactly what the fuck they need to be on this level. At this level, some things are exactly what they're supposed to be as they need to be it when they need to be it. Playing their role in the script. The constants that we seem to be stuck on, the white people being the problem, we need more money in our communities, those are constants. They never change. Every year, someone comes out with a new economic plan. Every year, someone comes out with a new slogan or phrase. Black Lives Matter. Love is love. Every year, every month, every day, someone comes out with a new slogan. And then you'll shout that shit to the rooftops. Yeah, Black Lives Matter. Okay. You mean someone needed to come up with a slogan for you to think your life mattered? What was your life before the slogan? Man, we just needed a voice. You had a voice when you knew your life mattered. You're allowing someone else to define your life mattering under the banner of what they say matters about your life. Humanity. Equal rights. Equal jobs. You can't stop me from wearing my hair the way I want to wear my hair. It's the same rhetoric going back when you go back to the 60s with the feminist movements. You ain't got to wear bras. Hell, a couple years ago, they had motherfuckers running around talking about periods are beautiful and the motherfuckers weren't wearing tampons. Did you support that too? That's humanity. That's humanity. Different angles of light appeasing your ego to keep you locked down here. To keep you looking down here and looking down into a book instead of looking up at yourself. That's what that is. So you'll take your eye off the prize and you missing the main ring that you need to get. So you won't go through the test for fear of what you're going to lose. You won't say what you need to say because you're afraid of what you're going to lose. You won't do what you need to do because you're afraid of what you're going to lose. And then that leaves you stifled. That leaves you locked in a position to where all I have to do is say this or show this. And as long as I'm saying this or showing this, you're comfortable. You're okay. You're at ease. But if something goes outside of that plan, you'll lose your fucking mind. All you're losing is your ego. All you're losing is your humanity. When it happens, let it go. Let what comes out go. Stand on your square. Or stay in the human thought. Those are your decisions. Those are your choices. Either you're going to tap in or you're going to tap out. But you didn't come this far just to tap out. You didn't come this far just to be like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. It's too hard. It's getting too chaotic. It's not what I wanted or needed. It's not on the lines of what I thought. That it's not what I envisioned. It's the path, not what you're going for. Because what you're going for is always going to be there. But you are stuck on an image of what it should look like. Based on what you have programmed into your psyche of what you think it should look like. I'm the devil to some. And I'm the same devil to others. But on both sides of that, I'm the gray area or the truth in both of those thought processes. It's not your job to fix the perception of yourself in others' minds. It's not your job. So we all need to be treated equally. Black Lives Matters. That keeps you stuck here on Black Lives Matter. I'm black. I have a life. I matter. Think about that statement in your mind. You can't dwell in two houses. I can't be a human on Monday and be a God on Thursday. Either I'm human all the time or I'm a God all the time. But once I whichever role I step into, I must accept all the challenges that are going to test me being that, because I need to be more. So if you get stuck on that human tread, everything's going to test you to be something more. You're going to keep doing unhuman shit. You thinking that you're human, you will keep seeing inhumane shit. Because it goes against humanity. Because you've been thought it's bad. I keep telling you the villain make more sense. In order to understand the villain, you got to become the anti-hero. What are you willing to sacrifice on that? How many hours are you willing to sacrifice to tap into yourself? What are you willing to let go of to tap into yourself? What are you willing to put on the table to tap into yourself? These are the things that these distractions are going to keep you away from. That Kundalini energy rising, that serpentine energy rising, your energy rising is being reflected right in front of you. To the empaths, included, you feel that shit in a different way. But how does it grow you? Are you allowing it to misshapen you, mislead you, get you in this emotional tizzy, get all hot and bothered? Or are you looking back at it like, get back to this fucking money. Let me get back to what I need to do. What is this hindering me from doing? Is it really gonna phase any? What is it really? These are the thoughts that you have to get in. These are the thoughts that you get into and reprogramming and actually getting your psyche back to you. A lot of us are still stuck with our psyches still intact because we haven't broken them yet. Everything must be broken before it's fixed and reset. Everything is broken before it's reset. Everything is broken before it is reset. Your subconscious must be broken, cracked open before you can reset it, or how else can you get into its inner workings? Therefore, you must go through hell to get to heaven. You're the Christ. Remember that. You're the Christ. You're the Christos. You're the El Cristo Negro. You're the Elegba. You're the Ifa. You're the Orisha. You're the Congo rights. You're the Voodoo rights. You're the Hoodoo rights. That's you. Embracing it in any other way is not going to serve a purpose to you becoming you. You just become a servant to something else. The other day, I got an Instagram DM. One of them, Ifa priest, sent me a message, and this is the message that they wrote. I'm actually going to read it. You'll put it live and outside. Live and outside. They sent me a message, and I didn't accept the message because then they would have been all in my damn box. Babalawa, Babalawa, whatever. The voice of the ancestors will stand out for you no matter the noise around your life. His words will speak for you no matter what the enemy is saying. You will surely be blessed. The gods will help, keep, uphold, sustain, protect, and defend, and exalt you and yours. His hand will be around you for good. The enemy will not swallow your glory. You will not miss the best of the land. No one will steal what is rightfully yours, and you will be happy forever. Ashe. As a God, I read this, and I was like, okay. This is one of those messages that you get that will basically, if you're not strong enough or you're not confident, you don't have enough, you're not confident in yourself enough, you'll follow that person. Because now they gave you an escape from whatever else. A little bit of something is better than nothing. So they'll give you those ego appeasing words that fit in the space of where you're at and where you're trying to go from. That's similar to if you go into your dream and you see all of your ancestors holding their hands out and they all surrounded some light. Don't go towards that fucking light. It's just going to lead you right back to fuck here. You're going to feel all warm and fuzzy in your dream, and you're going to feel all warm and fuzzy, but you're going to wake up and say, thank God for the day. Thank the ancestors for the day. You're going to go from saying, thank Jesus for the day to thank the ancestors for the day. You just replace Jesus and his angels for whatever other God or whatever deity or principle that you now are serving under for his angels or his ancestors. So that community fountain is not for us. For the ones that are on that level trying to get to that next level, that community pool of ancestors, that's not for you. My ancestors are different from your ancestors because I've seen my ancestors transition. My ancestors, from my father to my cousins to uncles to aunts, close friends, those are my ancestors. That's my ancestral line, along with the elders that have passed in my family, but also the ones outside of that. That's my soul tribe. That's my ancestral line. Just like the family that you were born, the family that you chose to come into as you came to your descent to this level is not going to be your family so much anymore as you step to the next level and you have your different soul tribe. You're in that realm of gods. Those are your new brothers and sisters. Those are your new aunts and uncles. Those are your new great mothers. Those are your new great fathers. Those are your new that's your new soul tribe. That's your new family. That same shit as above, so below. So in the spiritual world, it's under that same thing. We have to get out of this mindset of unity, we're all going to make it. It's only meant for a small group of people to make it. If I said, take it like this, Jesus is known all the way around the world. China just shut that shit the fuck down. Just because it's accepted by the masses does not make it what's best for you. That's like if I walked into a room and everybody had their fucking haircuts, had everything faded and had no facial hair, and they said, yo, in order for me to fit into that space, I had to cut my locks off and cut my beard off. I look at them like they lost their fucking mind. Because I understand what the fuck I am. I'm not going to settle to be a who when I already know the what of what I am. I'm not going to settle to serve when I know I can become something more. And that's only reserved for a small few. Where you're going is only reserved for a small few. That customized lock, that customized biometrical alchemical lock, which is your mind, is the key to you taking yourself to the next level. The psyche is a tumbler. The ego is a tumbler that leads into that subconscious that you unlock. The psyche is on one tumbler in that lock. Your conscious and your ego is on another tumbler on that lock. Your humanity and your ego, they're on that same little tumbler. But as you get all the way in and that shit finally clicks, it hits your subconscious. But you have to allow that shit to happen. You gotta allow that shit. You gotta allow that knife to get into your ribs and twist and open the womb. The womb that's been scabbed over for fucking decades. It ain't been years, it's been decades. Because that wound's been fucking fermenting forever. The reason it's so hard for you to pick up that wound because you're not familiar with the wound and what's under it. Everything's gonna rush out of that wound. The blood of my ancestors, the blood of my ancestors, the pain and the trials of my ancestors. But if you're marking off of trauma, you're going to connect to every trauma. You're going to connect to ancestors you're going to connect to things that are based on your traumas that made you that indoctrinated you. So you're going to get stuck on the script of slavery. You're going to get stuck on the script of civil rights. You're going to get stuck on the script of feminism. You're going to get stuck on the LGBT movement. You're going to get stuck on the children. You're going to get stuck on my grandparents. You're going to get stuck on my parents. You're going to get stuck on my sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles, old friends that I went to school with. You're going to get stuck on those conduits that are going to keep you from getting to you. That's when you get something like the Church of Satan. And all they were basically anything that is the same difference. The Church of Satan was just against everything the Church of Christ was against. And the Church of Christ was everything the Church of Satan was against. Two sides on the same balance. Two sides of the same coin. So if I'm against anything spiritual, I'll just put it under the guise and I'll just plug in Satanism. And I'll make it seem bad. Oh, we drink blood and bite heads off bats over here in this thing because it's what we want to do. It's not what they want to do. It's something that they're serving in that level. They're serving either way. They're serving a master. They're serving an artificial master, an artificial intelligence, or an archon. One lets them do this and one lets them do this. Both of them are being fed, so both of them are right. But you're not looking for what's right. You're not looking for what's wrong. You're looking for what serves you or what does not serve you. You're not looking for the good and the bad. You're looking for the negative and the positive of that same polarity on that same pole. You're looking at the left-handed path or the right-handed path. How deep do you want to go into yourself, realizing nobody can go as deep inside of you other than you? If shit's still being triggered, if things are still being triggered within you from the outside reflections, there's something that you might need to work on. There's something there that you might need to still work on. Because it will defer your ability to see what's happening. It will defer your abilities to learn from what's happening. It'll stop you from having the conversations that you need to have. Sometimes the best way to meditate, sit back in a room, is say everything you need to say in the dark, as if the person is right there in front of you. Get it off of your chest. You're visualizing in your mind speaking to this person. Based on everything you know of this person, bases the archetype of what you just created in front of you, what you're speaking to. How deep do you know yourself? What's deeply rooted inside you that makes you so against something? What are you holding on to that's burdening against you? Man, can they help they killed my dad. And then you stop looking at the common things that you should think about. Like, where the fuck did Barack Obama come from? I mean, I know where they said he came from. They said he came from Chicago, and father was this and his mother was that, and went to college here. But where did he come from? Can you find anybody that actually knew this person walking around the streets of Chicago, going to the school he went to, traveling to the places that they went to? Where did any of these other black activists come from out of nowhere? Why are they always seem to be at the most pristine time, get to be in the places that they're at to say exactly what they need to say? Cause an uproar, cause an emotional imbalance within you. What are they? How'd they get there? How'd they get so prevalent in what they're doing? How do they have the platform to say exactly what they're fucking saying? If you put the common sense that the government has never given you anything that's helpful, so how can these people be on TV every single day? If not, every other day, if not every single day. How can they hold these giant meetings? Who's funding them to stand on their platforms? The depth of you knowing yourself helps you understand the depth of the things outside. That's everything is when you've seen the depths of yourself. To a person that has not worked on themselves or not did the healing processes to themselves, everything will seem as an attack to their ego or what makes them comfortable. To the ones that are in that space that have not done the necessary work to actually grow their knowing, anything that comes outside of the image or the space that they've created or the perspective that they've created, the environment that they've created, will seem as an attack. I can literally, if a white person, good old Klans boy, a good old boy, walked into your fucking house, one, they weren't invited. You had a cookout in the backyard, and they walked back there and said, "Niggers, hey niggers." Even though you have the knowledge, understanding, niggas came from Naga, which meant royalty. So when he walked in, he said, "What's happening, kings?" You still gonna get upset. So what's driving you? Your ego or your intelligence? You're still gonna want to punch this man in the face. Why? Even though you know the line, you know the etymology, you know the truth behind the word, you're still going to get upset. Just like if somebody walked into a room full of beautiful black goddess queens and said, "What's up, bitches?" And you already did the research and understood bitch came from vitch, which came from witch, dramatic term witch, which came from the original term for witch, or the great old the dog star or the star Sirius. How are you reacting? Are you reacting based off emotion, or are you going based off emotion, or are you going to use your spiritual intelligence? One thing that I learned, I remember watching, if anybody ever watched the Jeffersons, first one they called motherfuckers honkies on national fucking television. So if I say if a white person says to me, "What's up, nigga?" All right, bet. Even without them consciously knowing, unconsciously, already within the script, because since they were created by us, we created that script, that demiurge, we created that archetype. Why would I get mad? Why would I get upset? You filthy black niggers. I ain't been fucking black for a long fucking time. I ain't been a nigger for a long fucking time. I'm past that. So why would that bother me? The only reason that it gets to you is because it's bothering you. Something inside of you still need to do that work. You still need to do something. I need to do it for my people. Nigga, I'm not offended. We're not offended. Why are you offended? Nah, man, could we let one of them do it? They all gonna do it. They've been doing it. They do it behind closed doors anyway. I'd rather somebody be true to my face of what they are than to do it behind closed doors. That way I know how to react and move. I'd rather see it in my fucking face than to do it behind closed doors. That way I know how to move. Since my mind's open to that thought process, everything I reflect comes from that truth. Everything I reflect comes from that sense of knowing. That's going into your higher self. Seeing things for how they actually are. Taking yourself into deeper understanding. Sometimes certain issues arise in your life just to test your voice. If you're usually being silent about things, you're bottling things up, things are going to come into your life that are going to challenge you to be boisterous, to actually be heard, to actually speak. And if you're always loud, there's going to be things that are coming to your life, into your alignment, into your path, that are going to teach you to still yourself and sit the fuck down. Everything don't need your fucking reaction. Everything don't need your signature on it. Every time you react to something, you're putting your energy signature on it. So even if this shit dies down, your energy signature is now attached into that conduit. So if I need some more of your energy, all I gotta do is open up that conduit or open up that I gotta open up that portal. It has your energy signature. It has your energy signature in it. And since you did it from a base of your emotion, all I gotta do is stir up that same emotion and that portal opens. Masculine, feminine aspect. All I gotta do is nurture your fear. And the knowledge based on where you're at is what you're gonna react, how you're gonna react. And that's gonna entice your ego and your wisdom. That's how you connect. That's how this shit connects to you. And that's the same way that you disconnect from it. The same way it's connected is the same way you disconnected. The only thing is your willingness to pull the plug. The only thing is willingness to allow it to be pulled out of you. Either you willingly are going to pull out that fucking plug or it's going to be pulled out for you. in order to be exchanged for another plug. Because you didn't pull it out, so someone else pulled it out, someone else put another one back in. Because now they owe you something. We're stuck in this mindset of being owed something at this fucking level. That's what most of us are getting fed upon. Following that script of slavery and civil rights and equal rights of being humans, your ass is now fucking stuck on somebody owes you something. Now, every time you walk around, somebody owes you some shit. Don't nobody owe you shit but you. The only person that owes you anything is you. You owe yourself validation. You owe yourself to kick yourself in the ass. You owe yourself to get rid of your ego. That false sense of pride. Okay, that false sense of pride and that false sense of ego is going to stop you from doing anything that you desire. What does your heart desire? If you do not set the boundaries and the parameters for what you desire, then something else can give you the choices of what you can do to get what you desire based on them giving it to you. It's like you loaned out. It's like you put your money into a bank for years and years and years. Get direct deposit and all that shit. But go in there and ask for a loan. See, because of your credentials and all these things like this, we really can't give you a loan because based on your account balance always fluctuating, it isn't high enough for us to be able to have the collateral without you having a decent amount of collateral for us to give you this loan. See, now they hold me back. They say I can't get a loan to do that. I can't get the loan for my crib. I can't get the loan for my car. If you get it, what are you going to do with it? Exactly what you've been programmed to do. The Adidas store sold out of Kobe apparel. Big whoop, go figure. Like that's new. The Marathon store ran out of Marathon apparel. Guess what? Who knew? They sold out of Michael Jackson's album. Guess what? Who knew? It comes with the passing. All the physical shit goes away. That's what that's showing you. When all this shit, when you ever see a motherfucker and all this shit go away, it's because the physical is no longer, they're no longer physically present. So they're not needed. It's not needed there no more. I don't need any of this shit because it's not physically present. But I can connect to the energy of it by having a memento, or I can have that coin and sitting it on my altar. That's how I get the power. Using the old sigils and the old spells is what has you here now. Using the old sigils and the old spells is what has you here now. So the sign with the two lines through it, sometimes the one little line through it, the dollar symbol that you're stuck on for prosperity has you stuck on that sigil and anything that comes under that fucking sigil. The heart for love has you stuck to anything that's under that same banner. So you'll sit there and you'll celebrate Valentine's Day and you'll buy flowers because they're red with the heart, and you're surviving off the lust in your lower three fucking chakras. So you're trapped in this containment of what they told you love was. You're stuck in the containment of what they told you the soulmate was. They gave you a Disney version of everything. The one mythos to look at, one thing to look at is look at the grim adventures. Look at the grim side of the fairy tales done by the Grimm brothers. It was all the Pinocchios and Hansel and Gretel's and all that shit. They all ended in a fucking horrible ass fucking thing. And then Disney whitewashed them and made them all seem all fun and giggles and shit. That's the same fucking thought process. You're stuck on this image of once you get through it, it's going to look so beautiful and immaculate when it's not what it is. You're stuck in that spell. You're stuck in that programming. So you perform old spells. You accept old offerings. You put up old offerings. You put up old spells. You use old magic that doesn't fucking work on the level that you need it. It's only taking you to a certain level, and that level is for the demiurge to feed off of. Up, somebody's doing candle magic. Oh, they're using it. They're using a Legba spell. Good. They'll serve a Legba now, and they'll keep getting everything through a Legba. Oh, they serving no shoes. Oh, they're doing the Yeminya spell. I mean, they're gonna throw a basket of fruit out into the fucking water. So they're gonna serve Yeminya. So everything that comes around in that emotions, your emotions, that motion of your untamed feelings, now you're stuck in that. So you get stuck and attached to that. So now you'll see something that happens on TV, Black Lives Matter, hashtag, and you'll hashtag Black Lives Matter. You'll put the hashtag and you'll put the incantation of the spell right there, and now it's able to be fed upon. That's why when you're stepping into this spell work, when you're actually doing this spell work, start writing down your own spells. If anybody's ever seen any of my posts, what I post on Facebook when I'm promoting the week's lecture, and I put my hashtags, every hashtag that I use, I've invoked my power and my purpose and my intent into it. So whatever feeds, whatever gives its energy to it, I know it comes back to me for the purpose that I intended it for. It's not going out there for the intention of humanity. My shit's going against humanity. My shit goes against ego. My shit goes against this fucking safe path. Because I know that I'm built for it. Just knowing that you're built for this shit, just knowing that you have a hunger for this shit, puts you in alignment to what you need to get to. So everything is going to synchronize around your hunger and your knowing. It's not going to synchronize around your belief. It can synchronize either behind your belief or it's going to synchronize behind your knowing. If you have a strong belief in something, it's going to synchronize to serve that belief. And everything is attached to that belief. But when you're moving to that state of knowing, it's going to serve as the catalyst to take you further into your knowing. Nothing, a little bit of nothing is better than bullshit. I'm not stuck on, I'll take a little bit of this because without this, I won't have anything. The fuck do I look like? When you look at yourself now, you're like, what the fuck do I look like? And you'll get stuck in these catalysts. You'll get stuck, man. I can't find a job that pays me over $11 an hour. Have you ever done any of that type of work? No. So you got to accept that's on the 25, that $850, that $950. Now, if you accept yourself, if you go into this realm, you must accept the prices that they put out. And you must do all of the works in that realm to get what you want to get out of it. You must serve that realm to the best of your abilities and do everything that it says in order for you to get what you want from it. Or you can go over here and tap into your own power and take yourself higher. Your standards, your boundaries will always be higher than those of the ones that serve. You saying that you were a slave and your mom, your ancestors were slaves is the same thing as that homeless white guy or homeless veteran saying, I serve my country. Same shit. Two sides, same fucking coin. That person that's talking about, yo, you want to come see my highlight tape from when I was in high school and I was a quarterback, is the same difference as that Instagram model. They got all her pictures on Instagram with filters. Same shit. Two sides, different coin. You're misled into judging, well, they serve the country. All this bitch post pictures on the internet all day. All that motherfucker went over there is put up a distraction so they can go steal some shit. Who's truth? You trying to weigh out truth that ain't got nothing to do with you. So I can give you the distraction. I can give you the distraction, layer with another distraction, layer with another distraction. And since you're plugged in, you'll see everything that's in that realm. Since you're plugged into that and your eyes are set on that, anything that shapes and radiates from that, you're now tuned into. Your power is empowering everything else around it. You're the Christ. You're the divine spark. You're the fire that never burns out. But you're allowing them to fuel your flame with the poisons and the toxins. I said that shit back in the Matrix lecture. You have to become the virus to this level. You have to become the virus to this level. You have to become the devil to this level. You must become the devil and sit upon it to rise to your understanding of your next self. If you're not doing that, you'll be supplemented and siphoned upon forever and ever and ever. And then you'll pass, you'll transition, and you'll come back with a brand new body. Congratulations. Come on down to The Price is Right. You're gonna be in a whole nother family fucking feud. You're gonna go through a whole bunch of other shit that you really didn't need to fucking go through. You're gonna go through it again because you didn't learn from it the first fucking time. Shit will continuously repeat until you learn from it. Well, maybe if I use this spell instead of that spell, how about you write your own fucking spell? How about you study the spells how about you study a book on simple sigils and simple spells in order to understand how to set the intention and to write the spell and create the sigil for yourself? It's impossible to be fucking bored. Half of this shit I think of in my fucking mind half the fucking day. Just be sitting there thinking, creating shit in my head. Then I have that moment when I write some shit down. So it's impossible for me to be bored. Even if I lay down for a couple of hours during the day and take a nice little rest off my feet, I'm still fucking thinking. I'm still fucking creating because I'm a creator. Just setting up for the right time to launch it. The right atmosphere. Every atmosphere is the right atmosphere in this state of chaos. They didn't put up so many fucking Kobe remembrance videos. Hell, they put up one that they already put up like when he first fucking retired, and they just replayed it and put R.I.P. Kobe in. He was a great man and a father and a son and an uncle or whatever the fuck. What does that have to do with you? You love them, put that motherfucker on your altar. Go grab a Kobe shoe, go grab a Kobe jersey, put that shit on your fucking altar. Because if you're not, what the fuck are you doing with it? What the fuck are you really doing? Appeasing your ego, being stuck on this level. Wanting shit to work out here. It ain't gonna work out here. It ain't meant to. It's gonna be more of the fucking same. Because you're not doing the fucking necessary healing that it takes for you to go to the next level. That's why the shit keeps repeating. Because there's something within you that is that here's the little disc. There's a chip in the disc. I keep hitting that same snag. I keep hitting that same snag. Fucking tire riding down the road with a fucking nail in it. How long you gonna ride out that nail until the tire explodes? How long you gonna try to ride this shit out until it fucking explodes? And when it does explode, you don't have no idea what the fuck you're gonna do after it explodes. So then you just set yourself up because you've been basing yourself on fucking emotional holdings and you didn't gain any spiritual intelligence. You didn't gain any intellectual, you didn't advance, you didn't challenge your intellectual to open up your intelligence. So you just be going through Intellectualism is that's the simple meaning of repeating shit. Repetition. That's all being intellectual is. I read this book 19 fucking times so I can read this. I can read The Way the Superior Man cover to fucking cover. And I can go into any fucking situation and read the fucking this, come out with a quote from the fucking book. He's so enlightened and so intelligent. He's an intellectual. I don't know anything. I just knew that book and just said it because it sounded right. This is like when you say fucking words, and sometimes you say a big ass fucking word, you be like, yo, that word fits. What's that word mean? You know how many words that I know that I don't know the meanings of? Because I just have a knowing. And to go validate it, I go look like, oh, that's what that word means. I said it in the right sentence. So I'm just validating myself. But I have the bibliography behind it. I'm always going to give out a book. I'm always going to give out a list of books. That's how you can see who's really a teacher and actually trying to take you somewhere and who's just a preacher. That's the difference between the preachers and the teachers. The preachers are going to preach a rhetoric based off of fear, based off of your traumas, using these symbols, using symbology and imagery in your fear, in your emotions, in your traumas to keep you locked onto them. Damn, that motherfucker was so motherfucking deep. 30 years down the line, what the fuck did you learn? You've been following El Balik, El Baid Shabazz for 30 fucking years, and you still ain't got a fucking economic plan. But that's all that motherfucker talks about. You said that's all that motherfucker talks about is economic plans and making yourself a sovereign rights citizen. That's all they fucking talk about. But for 30 years, you've been listening to this motherfucker. All you're doing is following this motherfucker around. Saying he's smart. So you follow him. Study all, follow none. Study all, follow none. So you get distracted by the razzle-dazzle and the pageantries of a motherfucker coming up here, smoke, mirrors, smoke. Say a couple big words, pull out some cards, put on this image of this is what a spiritual motherfucker looks like. Whether I got all my shit on or I don't, I'm still the same spiritual motherfucker. I'm still the same fucking Papa Lucy. I'm still the same fucking God of Cold Alchemist. Regardless. Because when I close my eyes, I still can hear my voice. I still can see my hands move. I still know what I'm fucking doing. I'm still the same fucking person, regardless. I'm still the same fucking entity, regardless. So it's not what I have on that defines what the fuck I can do. You getting stuck on images. Nigga gotta look motherfucking mad, motherfucking spooky in order to be a fucking shaman. A shaman just understands intentions and rituals. I know if I entice a trauma, you dig? If I entice that trauma, entice your subconscious with a trauma, it makes you feel like you just had rights to get to passage of something. So if I sit here and say, grab a candle, go into a dark room, light the candle, sit in front of the mirror, stare at this candle, everything that comes out, allow it to come out, and allow everything to come out as you're staring into this candle, staring into that candle until everything starts to come out, until you can't bear it anymore, but keep going. And I say, keep going. Then I say, all right, cool. Once you get to a space to where everything pauses, congratulations. You are now in the land of Nod, the land of no self. You're now at the door to your true self. The ritual behind it, I said, grab a candle. Here's the mirror, dark room, light some incense, burn some sage. Those are the implements that help you transfer your imagery into that space. So now as a true shaman, as a true occultist, repeat those methods in your head. You should be able to repeat those methods in your head on cue. You should be able to go to that place in your mind because you just created that visible space. So after a while, you won't need to go into the dark room with the candle lit. You won't need to go into the dark room with the candle because the candle is now in your mind. You won't need the mirror because the mirror is your eyes. You already can see into your soul. Now you can see into your own soul at any other given space. Because you now can visualize that space. That's what a true teacher does. One that wants followers, not anybody to surpass them, will take you step by step and tell you, actually, what did you see? You did not go deep enough because you did not see what you were supposed to see. I know what I'm supposed to see when I go into the fucking dark. Do you know what you're supposed to see when you go into the dark? Do you know what you're going to see when you go into the dark? Everything that you hid in the fucking dark. So everything I hid in the dark is now out in the open. I can't live. I'm in the spiritual realm, so I'm constantly in the darkness. So everything that I do is naturally light. Because from the dark is the true light. So everything that I do naturally is fucking light. To the motherfuckers that are scared to go into the dark, everything that they do will seem, anything that I do will seem dark. So the image has been created for me to keep them at bay. That's similar to the Gnostic priests and all the priests and the shamans. They would create these sigils. They would create these images that were of horror or of gore, of this some evil or sinister looking shit to keep the unworthy from going in there. If you do not possess the sight to go into this space, the shit will look scary to you. If you do not possess the ability, if you do not possess the hunger to go into the dark, all of this shit's scary to you. And if you're not confident enough, that's where you get the so-called seers. That's where you get the so-called mystics. Because they need your ignorance of the dark to give you the perception that they can see into the dark for you. So now you're stuck serving them. I need to give you an image. I need to give you an image of what Black excellence looks like. So you strive for this Black excellence. So you strive to stay in humanity to have Black excellence. I need to give you an image of what Black Lives Matters and give you the imagery of under what Black Lives Matters for you to be stuck under the imagery of I'm Black, I have a life, I matter. I have to give you the constant images. I got to give you the constant repetition of these images. And then I get to give you the catalyst. I got to give you the counter to what will stop you from making your life matter. But all in all, on both sides of that fucking scale, I'm keeping you from getting to you. Because you worried about Black Lives Matters, you worried about some feminist movement, LGBTQYZ, you worried about the coronavirus, which only means actually your fucking aura. So they're saying the coronavirus is spreading. All they're talking about is the fucking collective consciousness of all the conscious and the enlightened ones, the great old ones, the titans becoming is spreading at a rate that they can't fucking control. So if you're still under the guise that occult means bad, anything that seems bad is going to be under the guise, man, I studied the occult. You know, that's evil, right? So subconsciously in your psyche, anything that's bad, you won't go look into. So if I give you the coronavirus or the coronavirus, it started in China. When just a couple months ago, they started going against, Trump went against China in the very fucking beginning because of the tax tariffs on the dollar. And now they're recolonizing Africa. Human shit. Put two and two fucking together. That's why they're doing it. But it always leads to the same three things: oil, melanin, gold, currency, and the image of you as a demon. It's always been about you. So only someone that has the knowledge of you, that can translate and speak the knowledge of you, can actually be over you. But I'll give you a mirror image. I'll put something in front of the mirror so you can't see who the fuck's actually holding you and distracting you. You're distracting your own fucking self because the mind is all and everything is mental. I ain't even got to go through the depth of, I've already did the Hermetic laws. This is the breakdown of understanding how the shit fucking works. It's nice to say a couple books. Yeah, man, and the Great Anaki and all this, that, Brave Gold and all this shit. What the fuck does it mean? Tell me what the fuck it means. Give me the book you got it from so I can do the interpretation myself. Instead of being distracted and emotionally attached to you on saying, oh my God, he's so fucking smart. They're so fucking brilliant. I wish I could be like them. So now you're stuck on the gods and being stuck to be like something else. You get stuck on the guys to be, I don't want to be my fucking punk ass father. I want to be better than that deadbeat ass nigga that wasn't in my life. You're stuck on the burden trying to prove yourself to somebody that you never fucking met. I don't want to be like my mother. She was a junkie or she was bad to us. So now you stuck on the burden of trying to outdo your fucking mother. But since you didn't understand why your mother did what the fuck she did, you didn't go through the understanding phase, that shadow work, understanding what your mother fucking did and why she did it, or why she came into that realm. Guess what? You're going to repeat the same fucking shit. Because on this level, all you're doing is repeating the same fucking shit. Ain't nothing new. Everything's just going to repeat itself over and over and over again. That is have you so low in your self-esteem and confidence that you don't look at it. In the moment that you do look at it, you look at it based on emotion. So you're saying, yeah, we did this and yeah, we did that. So now your arrogance matches their arrogance. So now you're at the level of arrogance based on intellectual. So now you battling these niggas' arrogance with yours. So now you hate them because of their arrogance and they hate you because of your arrogance. Two sides, same fucking coin. With me, I'm like, both y'all niggas are stupid. Y'all fighting over the same shit. You fighting over equality at this fucking level? You want equality when you're greater than it. You want to be equal to something that you're greater than. You want to be encompassed in something that you're greater than. You want to hold on to something that you're greater than. You're better than that. You're higher than that. You're way more intelligent than that. You don't need me to tell you that you're intelligent. You know that you have your intelligence. Your intelligence is a collective of your thoughts and your processes and your knowing, not my knowing. To compare yourself to somebody else because they read another book, how about you ask them what book did they read? Instead of sitting here thinking that somebody is better than you because they know they took in some more information, go get the same fucking information. Quit allowing other motherfuckers like, yo, I know this, and this because I'm a Moor. I know this, and this because I'm a Mason. I know this, and this because I'm a nigga. I do this, and this. And shoot their ego down. Go on Amazon. Every book. Every single book. For the Masonry, the Moors, Islam is on Amazon right now. Or you can find that bitch on Scribe. You can find the PDF for it. Your hunger is going to see if you're actually going to go do it. Or you're going to allow someone else to give you the interpretation of the world for you. What these motherfuckers eat does not make me shit. What makes their stomachs hurt does not make my stomachs hurt. What burdens them does not burden me. That is the mindset. Because the moment that you sit here and be like, damn, they going through the same shit I'm going through, you're trauma bonding. Your existence is based on the trauma at hand. So if I go into a space where motherfuckers think white people are oppressing them, I have the mindset white people are oppressing me. Everybody that I go around has to have that same mindset for me to be comfortable. But in order for me to test that mindset and actually break free of it, it's only going to take one or two conduits to come around me and be like, nigga, you really looking at it that way? Looking at it this way. And I'll sit back and think, damn, nigga, that shit made sense. Maybe I was looking at it in a different way. Maybe I need to look at it in this way instead of that way. Enlightenment, you can't explain it, but you know you need to do it. That sense of knowing, that faith in your knowing, that faith in your hunger of you knowing you wanting to grow, that's how that shit comes online. That's how your consciousness kicks in. Consciousness at the base level is being aware of everything that's going on around you. The awakening is when you awaken to actually see the reason of what is happening around you. Then you step into that knowing of how to dictate everything that happens around you. Then you step into the alchemy or the spells of how to turn everything around you into what you needed to be. Then you step into chaos magic. You're a chaos being. Everything you step into is something of you. So by denouncing one, you denounce a part of yourself. Deny me and you, I deny you my face in the face of the Lord. If I deny myself as being the Christ, I deny myself to my higher self. If I deny myself as Lucifer, not as the devil, I deny myself in the face of the Lord, myself. I deny a part of myself. I now will be submerged within the urges of everything lower that's me. I'll be looking for shit to make me happy, or shit to make me complete, or shit to put me at peace, or shit to put me at ease that's always lower than me. Why would I want to exist in why would anybody want to exist in such a mindset? Existing in such a mindset and such conduit is what has most motherfuckers where they're at right now. The motherfucker that's been working at the fucking plant for 19 fucking years, 19 plus fucking years, just got promoted the first fucking shift, is angry at the motherfucker that came in there, and in 2 years now they're the fucking supervisor and the floor supervisor. Damn. Them young motherfuckers ain't shit. No, motherfucker, that motherfucker did something you didn't want to do. That's why they excelled and went to that position. You know what position. You know when you will not know you're getting somewhere until you have motherfuckers under you, unfamiliar to you, because they're unable to relate to what you're fucking doing. You know you're on the right fucking path. It ain't when motherfuckers start clapping for you. It's when motherfuckers start devising shit against you. This whole fucking realm has been devising shit against you since you got here. So apparently there's something inside of you because they don't break into empty fucking houses. Apparently there's something inside of you. Apparently you on to something. Or you would not be in the position that you're in. You would have not gone through the shit that you've been through. You would not have been through the shit that you've been through if you were not meant for something more. That's how you break your fucking ego. Nah, let's go settle for this. Nah, nigga, I'm meant for something more. Kill yourself. How many times? For me to get to this level, I died twice physically. Both on operating tables. First time, scared to fucking death, came back to the light like, fuck! Then realized, now I realized I got stuck. The second time was like, go back. Met by this old nigga that was actually my fucking cousin Felix. Go back. Then I've died multiple times in my awakenings to get to this fucking level. So death ain't shit to me. Black Lives Matter ain't shit to me. You have to be able to look it in the face and have a compassion for it. If you can't look in the face of it and have compassion for it, compassion is in the understanding. Compassion is under the knowing and the understanding and growing to the understanding of it. You haven't healed from it yet. It's even crazier because once you get to that fucking level and you exceed that fucking level, when you're approached by those same entities or those same archetypes, you can't do nothing but laugh hysterically. It's like they went fucking crazy. Because your power is destroying them from the inside out. They're literally going crazy in your presence. The other day, some shit happened. White lady walked up to me, looked at me. All she could do is laugh hysterically in this nervous sense because she couldn't read me. I was mad. She can't fucking read me. I'm higher than her. I don't see myself below her. So when they approach me with the utmost humility and they're always hysterical and laughing. Because they don't know how to. That nigga different. That nigga different. We can't do what we used to do to the other ones. But he keep all the other niggers in line. How? He keep everything in line that need to keep in line. How does he do it? That's the mindset of a god. That's the mindset of a great old one. That's the mindset of a fucking titan. To be able to walk into a fucking space and change the entire fucking vibe or the entire fucking environment as a whole. That's your power. You growing in that takes that darkness that is you to that light that you will radiate. And no matter what comes into your light, it has to be of its own truth. But you got to get past the traumatic events and this traumatic stresses and this traumatic triggers that will stop you from being able to use that light. You just got to stand in a fucking room and intimidate others. You ain't even got to say shit or react to shit and watch how motherfuckers change around you. That's your power. That's your gift. That's what you are. Not who you were, but what you are. Making motherfuckers uncomfortable. Whether it's a negative uncomfortable or it's a positive uncomfortable, it served them or it didn't serve them, it's going to be their truth that personified, that's shown. They're going to feel unnaturally uncomfortable around your ass. They can't hold back. I can feel like I can tell you anything. Damn. But if you haven't done the work, the motherfuckers that you can tell everything, those are the fucking archons. Those are those fucking entities that come out of nowhere that you tell anything. And they use it. They'll put you in that position. Oh my God, this happened and this happened and this happened. When I was 5, my dad left and went and got milk and didn't come back. Damn, that's crazy. Well, I'm going to go get this 40. I'll be right back. Never come back. Built inside your mind are the worlds that they can use against you. If you haven't worked on it, they can use it against you. So they can hide within the corridors, in that labyrinth, in your mind, that your ego or the Minotaur guards. And then I'll come up with a movie called The Virgin. I'll come up with a movie called Labyrinth, Maze Runner. I'll come up with a game called Temple Run. And you'll be stuck in your fucking phone trying to jump and dodge all these fucking boulders and cracks in the fucking and gather jewels. And they put real money in there when you actually lose the loss of fucking life. It's a fucking game. It's a fucking scripted game. You fall for the script. You fall for all the all the pitfalls in the script. You fall for every loophole based on getting something. Because you think without it, you don't have any value. You think without that ring on your finger, that chain around your neck, the hair in your head, that you ain't nothing. When a motherfucker like me, everything that I wear is invoke my energy into. I have a conduit for all of my energy contained in vessels within myself, within my space. But since you don't know what the fuck I know, since you don't understand how I know, since from the aspect of me submitting to the attributes of the ideal, you won't go into that space. That's how I protect my space. The spirits protect me because I invoke my energy into these different vessels. I give all these inanimate objects my power willingly because I know I come from an abundant source of power. So unconsciously on the lower level, you give something outside of you fucking power because you don't understand the value of your inner worth. So you'll give something outside of you your power. You'll let it upset you. You'll let it make you sad. You'll let it make you happy. You'll let it make you horny. You'll let it make you money. You'll let it take away your money. And then you'll put it under bills, relationship, mother, father, sister, brother, family, friends, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, children. And you'll invoke your own energy into these other archetypes outside of you. So now I must serve. Now I must serve it. Oh! That nigga make me so fucking mad. Remind me when I was little. That's all it's showing you. That little nigga, that little hellion running around is showing you. Don't try to control it. Understand it first. They try to make white parenting so fucking weird. We try to understand our children. And you'll say that's white people shit. Nigga, that's what the fuck we did. You shut off the understanding of the child, but you'll listen to the fucking person that's lived for 50 fucking years. The child know more than the fucking adult. That's shown to you every fucking day. The child knows more than the fucking adult. These children know how to turn on iPads and go on YouTube and speak into the microphone and pull up shit. That shows you how much control you do not have. That's all that shows you. How much control you do not have. Put a lock on the fucking phone. Give it to your 5-year-old. Give it to the 3-year-old. It's gonna take them a couple tries. They're gonna lock themselves. They're gonna lock you out of your own fucking phone, but they'll get into your phone. By you resetting the password and watching you reset the password. That's how this shit cultivates on this level to be fed upon at this level. Everything you sitting here trying to fight against, that's what's keeping you locked down on this level. Everything you're trying to fight against, and you're trying to show that you're tougher than it and show that you're stronger than it, what the fuck is it doing at the end of the fucking day? You're showing your fucking hand. Art of war, don't show your fucking hand to your enemy. That's fucking spiritual intelligence. The art of war is spiritual intelligence. Simple as shit. Confucius, simple as shit. Do what thou will. All these simple ass fucking terms. But when you have a deeper intellect, when you have a deeper understanding of yourself, the shit clicks. I can say I do what I fucking want. Because I understand the causes and the effects and the consequences of whatever I do. And I must accept that whatever level that will turn. I will apologize for the misunderstanding, but I will not apologize for your feelings. Because if I catch myself apologizing for every unruly feeling and every unruly emotion within you, then there'll be no growth. You won't step forward. You'll sit in that same space. And every time something happens that pushes your button, you're going to do the same thing that you did before until someone takes their finger off of the button. My goal is to break the button. My goal is to break the glass. My goal is to set the fire. My goal is to use the water to drown. That's my goal. I don't have a plan. I'm just doing shit. Because I'm coming from a different level of fucking knowing. That's that confidence in yourself. When you're able to move on these lines, shit opens up differently for you. How my man's in Troy said, you can't say that. And that's why your name will never be remembered. Regardless of wherever the fuck I'm at in anybody's story, how I'm remembered is based on always standing by my fucking truth. Always standing by my fucking knowing. I'm not working for anything else other than standing in my fucking knowing. Standing in my fucking truth. Standing on my square. Everything else will fall away and can be done with. But me standing on my truth and me standing in the understanding and me standing going to the next level and that growth and my elevation, that's the most important part. You standing in your truth and your elevation and gravitating and growing, that is all that matters. You're gathering that knowledge and applying it in that real time, in that real alignment. That's all that matters. So the distractions become different. the distractions become more familiar because you already know what they're about to do before they even do it. You already know what to expect. All that's left for you to do is how you react. You can either react with the emotional content, fuck them, or you can react without the emotional. You'll still say fuck them, but it's from a level of knowing and understanding what you need to do next. Looking at that aspect of rage and anger and all that shit that builds and cultivates that entire fucking space, that's that fucking key. That's that energy rising. That's that serpentine energy. That's that fire rising within you. You getting hot in that situation, that's that energy rising. What you gonna do with it? That's what it's telling you. What you gonna do with it? That shit rise up, and then you get the little devil on one shoulder and the little angel on the other shoulder. Which one you gonna listen to? The angel is your ego. The angel becomes your ego. The devil becomes your higher self. So which one you gonna listen to? Based on your knowing. They're the same fucking, they're the same two sides of the same fucking coin. Your ego. Which one are you going to deal with first? From which angle? Which angle of light are you going to control at that fucking time? What element are you going to allow to control what you're about to do? Are you going to use that fiery rage to control you? Or you use that wind to blow it away? Or you use that water and your tears to cry it out? Or are you going to stay grounded in the earth and just stand still and wait for it to do what it needs to fucking do? Not everything needs your fucking reaction. Allow it to do it by itself. Everything falls into place as it needs to fall into place. You're where you need to be at the time you need to be there. You're everywhere you need to be when you need to be there. That's the omnipotent of you being a God. You're everywhere you need to be at when you need to be there. If you don't need to be there, guess what? You won't be there. But if you think you need to be there, then you're going to find a way to get there. Man, I need to get to work. You didn't want to go to work anyway. That's why you called out. Common sense shit. Your energy can't fucking rise because you're allowing other things to stop you. You're allowing other catalysts and you stuck in these certain shit. You stuck in your chakras. I did the whole chakra regular. Let's talk about what happens in each fucking chakra and what it reflects. Just listening to this information means you're in your heart chakra. How you take in this information depends on where you're at with your work on your heart chakra. What path you gonna take? What path are you gonna take? The path of egos or the path of death? You gonna take that path of further life or you gonna take that path of death? They both gonna lead to the same space. But depending on what side you take is how you take in that energy that's coming down. It's how you're gonna invoke that energy on the next level. And you'll be tested based on the path that you chose. Ain't no mistake. You chose the path. You chose these divine rights way before you even got here. So that's to take out the surprise and everything. Damn. I did think about that a couple times before. That's why it fucking keeps happening. Duh. I keep thinking about it. That's why it keeps happening. What does it mean, Olegba? Let me go get 16 fucking pennies and put one in each fucking corner of a fucking crossroads and call an Olegba on a fucking Monday. Call on Baron Somni and pop a Olegba on a fucking Monday. And ask for some fucking money. And ask them what the fuck it means. Let me go throw this basket of fucking goodies into the fucking ocean to Yemenia and wait for her. Let me go pour these 8 glasses of fucking water to do this. And then you get stuck on something else. Now something else is going to keep you distracted from actually doing any fucking real work. Be right back. That's what you get distracted in. You get distracted in countless trivial human shit instead of actually putting in any fucking work. And it reflects all the way through your fucking life. So you can't live fully. You can't take spirituality seriously because you're still attached to emotional dead weight. You can't look at things for what the fuck they're teaching you because you're still stuck on emotional dead weight. So if somebody comes to you with an explanation to some shit, you can't wrap your mind around it. That nigga said he left and was gone and was taking niggas to the crossroads. That shit seems bizarre to the motherfuckers, to the dead people, to the dead ones. That nigga did what? That nigga was deaf? Yes, nigga. That's the energy that you encompassed. Once you take, you must take on everything at that fucking level. Spring rolls. It's like if I saw another post and they did the Kobe was holding up the diamond and said he signed himself. He knew what he got into when he got in there. That's truth based on that level. That nigga chose his path. So why are you upset that his path ran out? The only thing that happened is that the physical part of his life is over. Now, based upon what he knew and what he did that you don't know and I don't know, is what he does next. All I know is that nigga's going somewhere that I wanted to go. Can I get there? Yeah. I studied enough. I can get there. Let me go set up this ritual real quick and I can get over there. Let me get this channel. Why the hell I keep listening? Why I keep singing this one song? Why I keep saying words to this one fucking movie? Oh shit, nigga, I'm getting a channel. Once you have confidence in yourself, what does it mean? Tell me, Papa Lucy, what does it mean? Nigga, I don't know. You got the fucking message. I can give you my interpretation based on what the fuck I know. I can tell you what to do, but I can't tell you what the fuck you heard. The message came to you, not me. I got the same fucking, I got a different channel from the same person. They told me something totally different. What my aunt tells me, I can only tell you if she says, tell them. What my ancestors tell me, what my ancestors and the spiritual energies that I'm in tune with tell me, they tell me. Now, if the synchronicity of somebody else having a conversation and it comes up in their conversation, like, damn, man, I was just on that a couple of days ago. And then that's how the synchronicity on that conscious wavelength on this level works. That's how you know who your people are. Ain't no one coming in your life by fucking mistake. They come based on your fucking thoughts. Based on your need, based on your next level of what you need to get to. Ain't no fucking mistakes. Based on your mentality, based on your psyche, based on your subconscious, based on your thoughts, that's how these people come into your life. And they play their role based on how long you allow that script to play. Some people use motherfuckers unconsciously to go back into the spaces that they go into just to have a reason to go back. Some people use motherfuckers just to have a reason to go forward. Either way, you're serving something. Man, if I work my job long enough, man, they give me a raise in about 6 months. So now you serving this motherfucker at your job has become your master. Okay, they control all of your emotions because they became your fucking master. They became the catalyst of all the distractions that come into your life. There's that level of no self. And after you come out of that level of no self and your level of knowing, you truly don't give a fuck. You truly don't care. You do that shit unconsciously whenever you done with somebody in a relationship. You unconsciously do it. Just the thought of it. If the thought of it sickens you, they're still attached. It's when you're able to stare it in the face with the guise of compassion and understanding it and a moving forward based on your own reactions and not on the guise of what they said. It takes a lot of fucking work. How many people can look at their very Christian mother, Christian Catholic father, whatever the fuck they may be, and look at them with compassion and be like, there's no reason for me to dwell in this. You're standing in your truth. You're standing in your belief. I'm standing in mine. My beliefs based off my knowing. Your beliefs based off your faith. Two different sides of the same coin. In order for me to understand this, that has to be there. In order for there to be sun, there has to be rain. And stupid shit like that. All that hunky-dory bullshit. That's how this level works. That's how everything at this level works. For you to learn from it or to be fed upon. Advance to the next level. As this shit constantly degenerates, it implodes back into itself. You see all of the examples of it imploding back into itself, being exactly what the fuck it is. From the presidency to another war to another death of a celebrity to another death of another stealing of more kids and women and children to the more police brutality. That's all at this level because they're all playing out what the fuck they're supposed to play out. So what law would you have changed to change anything at this fucking level? Everything's playing out exactly how it needs to play out. Everything's happening exactly as it needs to happen in the time that it needs to happen. The only thing that changes is your mind and your reaction to it. You react to it, more happens. You don't react to it, you don't see it no more. It's always going to be there. You're just not there to be fed upon from it. These are those major fucking steps that you need to get into to take yourself to your higher self. These are the things that you need to get into to take yourself to your higher place, to that higher mindset. You have to be willing to do the things that you think you thought were impossible or improbable in order to understand yourself is capable. You understand that you're capable of everything. Everything is of you. So everything is possible. And then you're given both sides at a constant fucking turn, every fucking turn. So what are you doing with it? You you say out loud, I want them to admit the wrongs that they've done. Okay, cool. 16 motherfuckers come up on YouTube and talk about the plights that white people did all fucking through the years. What are you doing with the information now? See, I told you that's what they were doing. The fuck you about to do now? You gonna reform something? Jay-Z and Yo Gotti, they're gonna do some prison reform. How can they reform a system that was created to do exactly what it's doing? But man, they got rights. They're humans. Okay. According to the law, they weren't fucking humans. Apparently. According to their mindsets, they, in their truth, in what they're standing in, these motherfuckers weren't fucking humans. Any fucking way. They have no fucking rights. Everything's given to them. Think about everything that you gotta look at both sides. Motherfuckers get meals. Can be the most deplorable food ever, but they get meals. They get a bed. Be the most horrible bed ever, but they get a bed. Get privileges based upon their works. It's the same shit that you fucking do. You get a bed. You got to pay a certain price for that bed to be good or whatever the fuck you need it to be. You get a crib. Same shit. You get a car. Lyft, whatever the fuck you do to get back and forth. You get food based on how much money you put into it is what you get. The same shit. Two sides of the same fucking coin. You just stuck on your side because it looks pretty and light. You just stuck in the light. So forever there's light, the other side got to have darkness. So you get stuck in these egotistical, trivial, traumatic events that keep you locked into what the fuck you're doing. Being human. Trying to be human. Trying to fit in. I know a 30-year-old millionaire. They got tattoos all over his face. Their 8-year-old daughter has her own business. The fuck is he doing that's different? Understanding where the fuck he's at and using it to his advantage. At all costs. Your willingness is what's going to stop you. Your confidence is what's going to stop you. The love in yourself is what's going to stop you from all of your energy rising. They're telling you what you got to fear snakes for. It's just a reflection of your shit. You ain't in tune with nature. You fear it, you're not in tune with it. You scared of the dark, that means you ain't in tune with it. You scared of heights, you ain't in tune with your higher self. You scared of drowning, that means you ain't in tune with the water. You ain't in tune with the natural fluency of yourself. Everything coexists. Everything coincides and is synonymous with something else on every given time. So as you're moving around your day-to-day, start looking at it. You want to talk about what your ancestors, our ancestors had a deep understanding of that. That we are of everything. So everything is in a synonymous fashion. So they looked at the tree and was like, damn, the tree got leaves on it. It looked like this. But when it's wintertime, ain't no leaves, it looks like my nervous system. But when it's full of life, it looks like my lungs. Damn, that motherfucker up there uses fear in his propaganda to get followed. To have everybody bond to him. How do I use fear to make everybody bond to me? I want to make that motherfucker angry, so I'm on their side. I would hate to be against that motherfucker, so I'm on their side. The same fucking shit. That's what you keep getting distracted on. You want to attach to some shit just because the motherfucker got the same color skin as you. You want to attach to a motherfucker just because they got an ankh on just like you. They got on some crystals just like you. So now you're in this group with these other motherfuckers, and now all y'all gotta have a synonymous thought. Somebody's gonna be muted. Somebody's gonna challenge the circle. And that challenge in the circle is that break in the circle. But that break leads to something else. So you getting stuck in that cipher, getting stuck in that circle. Man, my circle like this. All right, cool. Eventually your circle will suffocate you. I ain't in no fucking circles. I ain't in no fucking cliques. At the end of the fucking day, I know it's me. Me, myself, and me. The God that I am. I am. Everything that comes into connection with me, built on that level of myself, is built upon, oh, yo, I'm a God. Oh, you a God? Yo, we talk God shit. We talk higher level shit. Motherfucker walk by, don't understand what the fuck we saying. We just look at them and laugh. That's what you're supposed to do. You're a God. Indulge in God-like shit. Stop worrying about fucking humanity. They fucking turning past and what the fuck they thinking about you. Their perception of you has nothing to do with you. You ain't got to change that for them. That's up to them. They're going to put, because as soon as you sit here and try to change their perception in their eyes, they're going to put their fears onto you. Dang, man, I don't know how you do it, how you make that much money. Dang, I don't know how you do this. Damn, I don't know how you do this. Damn, I don't know how you do this. Damn, I don't know how you do this. Well, I do this because of this, and I do this with this, and I do this with this. They can't see further past their own fucking nose to understand what the fuck you even saying. So why the fuck are you wasting your time? Why the fuck are you wasting your time trying to explain shit to these motherfuckers? And it ain't really doing shit. All you're doing is holding yourself back. But that's my sister. We came out the womb together. We were fraternal twins. But that's my mom. She changed my diaper. Do you need your diaper changed anymore? That's my dad. He taught me how to ride a bike. Do you need to know how to ride a bike anymore? But that's my son. I taught him how to walk. Does he need to learn how to walk anymore? The shit that you attaching to is what has you stuck. If I can feed myself, clothe myself, bathe myself, what purpose other than the physical shit are you needed for? That's how you have to look at this shit. Because that's what getting motherfuckers stuck in this fucking circle of fucking fire. You putting your life out there on the fucking line to make somebody else more comfortable. Make them uncomfortable. That's the only way they're gonna fucking grow. Challenge their ass. That's the only way they're gonna fucking grow. Either they're gonna buckle under the pressure and fall in line or whatever the fuck you want them to do, or they're not. That's not on you. That's what the fuck you at. Because at the end of the day, if they transition and go on, where the fuck are you at? You gave them all your fucking keys. You gave them all your fucking knowledge. You gave them your way out. You gave them your golden ticket. And now they up somewhere in the higher self. Now, if you're in the lower path, the lower level of self, and you chose the path of humanity, That's for you. I just like helping people. Okay. Whatever path you choose, you must accept everything of that path. If you choose a chick that's always working, be expected for her always to work. What she's going to challenge you to do is work more. If you choose to go to the job around racists, you chose that, not them. And they let you in because of, what's that word? Affirmative action, because they suspended that a long ass time ago. You must accept everything in that realm. In becoming a part of something, you must accept everything that's there. I love death. Death embraces me with open arms because I am death. I am the end and the beginning of all things. I am the beginning and the end. I am the light and the dark. Without me, there can be no light. Without me, there can be no darkness. Encompassing this energy in yourself, taking your mindset to these things in yourself will help your energy rise, your Kundalini energy rising. And embracing, and as you invoke your energy, your newfound powers, your power, those ciphers light up. And then you got to go into the dark to even understand having them fucking ciphers. And what you come out as is what you are. You will no longer be Lil Susie B. You might be Lilith. That might be your energy. That might be your archetype. Accept it. Everybody want to be this child of something, but don't nobody want to be the father. Don't nobody want to be the mother. Everybody want to be the perpetual child of something, so they don't have to accept full responsibility. That way, if something breaks, something happens, that wasn't on me. I'm just a kid. I'm just a goat. I'm just absorbing everything that they give me. I'm just accepting the role of a who and not a what. These are those thought processes. And as you walk around in your day-to-day, you will start seeing this type of shit. You see the motherfuckers that love serving. And you see the motherfuckers that actually like fucking doing. You see the motherfuckers that say they like doing shit. But then you actually see the motherfuckers that like doing shit, that like to say that they're doing shit, don't do shit. They have no aptitude or no appetite to do anything more than what they're doing. Your reaction is either help them do nothing or walk the fuck away. You fighting back and forth for what? You fighting this racist bigot for what? Doing what the fuck he's been programmed to do. It was a funny thing. I was at work. I was looking at archetypes and golems. And there's a dude at work at my job, and like he was walking around, but the way he was walking around was like almost programmed. Even the mistakes he made seemed programmed into him. Like, if I make this mistake, no one actually think about it because it's a mistake of a new employee. You'll start looking around, motherfuckers are playing their fucking roles. Motherfuckers talking about like, there's slavery in Libya. The Arabs got the Negroes as slaves working for them. every smoke shop and corner store is owned by a fucking Arab, and they got a black person behind the fucking counter. You worried about something way over there when it's happening right there in front of you. They gentrify Harlem. Okay. What are they doing where you're at? That has nothing to do with you. Progress. They're making it more comfortable for them because apparently they know they're not going anywhere. Did you ever, there's something, just think about that. Think about the shit that goes on in the space around you that makes the motherfuckers seem so fucking comfortable to do what the fuck they do. If I know I'm not going any fucking where, I'm gonna make my shit as comfortable to my perspective as I need it to be. If I know I'm not gonna go anywhere. If I know this is it, I'll make that shit as comfortable. I'll do whatever the fuck I want to that space because I know ain't nothing gonna fucking happen. So think about what you're looking at around you. These motherfuckers are constantly making shit seem prettier and prettier based on their perception. And then you get stuck on, damn, that's what nice looks like. But there was a point in fucking time when your ancestors had fucking clay fucking huts and were happy as hell. There's motherfuckers that have never had human contact. There are gods on the earth right now, never had human fucking contact. Happy as fucking hell. You can give your cat a box, go buy a big ass fucking scratching post obstacle course, and the cat will go play in the fucking box. The scratching post wasn't for you, for the cat, it was for you. Because you figured if I set up something visually appealing, I won't have to worry about what the fuck it's gonna do anyway. Congratulations. Mr. Sniffles is gonna run behind the couch anyway and scratch it. It already put its scent on the shit. But I saw the YouTube video and the other cat was having fun on the box. The fuck they gotta see what you get stuck in? I'm gonna send my kids to the best schools. And I'm going to hope they become a doctor. I'm going to hope they become a lawyer. And they're going to change some things. You went to college. Or you didn't. What did you do? What about all the other motherfuckers that went to college? Did they do it? So you're stuck on hope. You're stuck on prosperity. Now understanding it's a program based within you of you doing it. The only way you become prosperous in anything is actually putting in the fucking work to become prosperous. The only way that you're going to have to do anything is actually putting in the fucking work. The only way you're going to get through the fucking traumas and step into these Titan-like fucking challenges is by putting in the fucking work as a fucking God. Is by putting in that fucking work as a fucking God. It's the only way you're going to actually level up. You want everything to come to you. Once yes, it all does come to you. But it comes to you at a price of what you're letting go of. That's how it comes to you. That's how you retain more knowledge, by applying it. Taking that fuel, taking those logs and using it as fuel to take yourself to the next level. Or you're going to be stuck, and then you're going to die, and then you're going to return back to this fucking space. Like, I hope I don't forget everything this time. Then you're stuck on hope. You know how many times I woke up and how many times I've been asleep? You know how many lifetimes I slept through? This ain't my first time waking up. Wake up. I woke up during the time to fucking commit. And got my shit on mummification and building fucking tombs. Went back to sleep. I slept through the Civil War. I slept through civil rights. I slept through fucking half of slavery, woke up a little bit in slavery. That's your Christ energy. Where was Jesus during the fucking slaves and the 400 years of persecution? Nigga, you asleep. Apparently. You ain't on something else to come out. Nigga, you asleep. Where were you? I wasn't even thought of. Exactly. So why the fuck you thinking about it? You putting your mind in thoughts that have nothing to do with you. Because you're attracted to the trauma. If I agree with it, then I have a family. If I agree with it, then I have friends. I agree with it, then I'm not alone. And then you make a plane crash into some buildings. And then forever, every time motherfuckers don't even say 911 anymore, they say 9/11. That energy is forever mine. Because you're the power source. The motherfuckers that got stuck on 9/11 that could transition and go to the next space are stuck in that space because everybody thinks about 9/11. All those voices are now stuck. All those energies are now stuck in the ether of 9/11. Motherfuckers crying about Michael Jackson the entire fucking time. That motherfucker got stuck in the ether. And he was like, nigga, that's why it didn't last. Because the nigga broke free. Oh, nigga, I'm done with this. Got a whole new spiritual name and everything. That's how you tap into the fucking ether. You got to get through that ether of your emotions and ego and humanity. Allow that shit to burn you so you can step through it as your true self. It's only going to burn away anything that's impure. The soul don't burn. So to the motherfuckers that think you burning in fucking hell, nigga, you in hell right now. Even though our skin does not fucking burn, you go outside, you get hot as fuck whenever the sun come out during the summertime. Dante's Inferno broke down the fucking levels of hell. And if heat rises, that means the outer levels of hell will be the hottest. And the inner center would be the coldest. So you in a living dome of fucking the phases of fucking hell. The seasons are just phases of fucking hell. Synonymous to your spring, your rising, your heat, to your cooling back down, to you going back into your cold hibernation of sleep. That's how everything's been programmed. Every nook and cranny's been programmed in its illusion, and it's been attached to you by simplistic repetition, symbols, and trauma. I'm black. I don't like being cold. So your mind, when I get enough money, I'm going to go to Miami when it's cold. Because it's always warm in Miami. Now it's cold in Miami. What the fuck you going to do? Damn, I got to go somewhere else where it's warmer. You're always going to be searching for something to appease what the fuck you on this level. So you're always going to appease yourself based on things on this fucking mundane level. Crazy bitches got good pussy. So you heard that in a fucking song. Now you looking at every fucking crazy bitch. Yo, she gotta got some good pussy. Toxic niggas got the best fucking dick. So now you stuck in your mindset. That nigga, they ain't got nothing going for himself. Of course he gonna have an immaculate stroke. The nigga has nothing going for himself but physical. Of course that bad bitch gonna have immaculate pussy. She has everything going to her. She has nothing going for her but her physical. So the physical conduit of what it is what the fuck you attracted to. But a nigga on the higher level, yo, I was fucking with these bitches the other night. And it was fucking phenomenal. Because they're on a different fucking frequency. The mundane shit don't fucking do anything for you. The community pool ain't for you. You drinking the same water. You out here Jim Jones in it. Everybody drank the Kool-Aid. Now everybody's stupid. Everybody dead. That nigga just took it to the next level and said, I'm gonna kill everybody. These niggas still Jim Jones in your ass. These niggas still Hitler in your ass. These niggas still fucking Joseph Stalin and every other motherfucker archon entity. They're just repeating their fucking works. Now that it's in your mind, I ain't got to do it physically no more. I can give you a child. I can give you a job. I can give you a bill. I can give you a job or persecution. I can tell you working during the week. So now you're weak. Because you can't do what you want to do. So you don't have the power to do what you want to do. So you wait till the weekend where you feel like you're powerful enough in your leisure to keep doing the same shit you don't do the next week. And then I'll give you a holiday. I'll give you the whole month of February as your month. See, they're giving us shit. They love us. The fuck? They gave us Black Lives Matter. They gave us Martin Luther King. They gave you images to keep you sheep. Then as you wake up, you become the fucking wolf. Not even realizing that the sheep and the wolf are in the same fucking circus. You gotta want to do more to actually be more. Or you're gonna be stuck here, circling, falling into different fucking bodies. Regurgitating the same bullshit, doing the same fucking spells, doing the same fucking rituals that you already did. You already initiated yourself. You already been initiated. The fuck are you gonna do now? You got the keys. You've always had the fucking keys. What the fuck are you gonna do with them? You got the keys and ain't driving no fucking where. You drive around the same fucking circle. Stuck. Lost. Doing what? Waking up. Thank you for the day. Who the fuck you thanking for the day? Thank yourself. You create your fucking day. I have no enthusiasm to speaking to what's beneath me. That comes from the most humble, compassionate side of myself. You don't get it, you don't get it. All right, cool. You can ask me 2 days from now, 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, 2 weeks from now, 2 years from now. If that shit's still sustained in the same sustain, I ain't getting any more knowledge, it won't change. So it is what it is at this level. So you fighting for a cause or a change really ain't gonna do anything if you ain't changed yourself first. If you haven't became the example of what the fuck you want to change. You save yourself, you save the world. For you are the world. For you are the universe. With that mindset in collective consciousness, if we all change our mindsets and change our psyches, we change the entire paradigm shifts to our favor. If we're filled with negativity and negative and hate and brainwashing, everything that we produce will be reflection of the brainwashing and the programming, the mind control. And then you'll have 50 motherfuckers drop fucking videos talking about the Kobe Bryant and the Gematria and all the numerology behind it. But they started off with a stream of fear by saying there are occult rituals giving something outside of you more power than it ever will ever have. They don't have no fucking power. They don't have the links into the subconscious mind that you do. So all they can do is mind control. So they can't. The rituals that they do are based on mind control. They're just based off repetition. They're based off a certain symbol in trauma. The repetition of you going to work every fucking day to go for that little dollar bill, or you're going to have traumatic events. My rent won't get paid. My lights won't stay on. I won't have no food in my stomach. Trauma is what got you locked in. Until you learn to do for self, you cannot do anything. Until you save yourself and heal yourself, you can't do anything. Everything's going to seem like it's hurting you. Everything's going to seem like it's attacking you. Everything's going to distract you from the star player that's in the mirror. That's you. You're either going to rise and become the villain, or you're going to fall as the fucking hero. We had enough martyrs. We had martyrs. They died for what they believed in their knowing. Now that power is abundant to you. Your main focus is what the fuck you going to do with it once you have it. You're thinking about what the fuck you lose, and you ain't looking at what the fuck you gain. I gained quantum clarity, quantum clairvoyance. That's what I gained. What did I lose? I don't know. I didn't lose it. The human side of me lost it. It's lost with my human side. That shit don't exist to me. That shit don't even pertain to me anymore. That's that burden that you holding on to. Man, I lost the respect of my mother, man, because now she think I'm worshiping the devil and shit. All right. Are you worshiping the devil? Nah, nigga, I am the devil. Congratulations. You are getting it. She think I turned my back on Jesus. Did you? Nah, nigga, I am Jesus. Good job. You understanding what the fuck you're doing. You're standing on your fucking square at all fucking costs. At all costs to humanity and ego. That's what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. Do more of that. If it challenges humanity and ego, do it. If it challenges your existence based on you living, do it. But you got to have the confidence behind your decision. You got to have the knowledge behind your decision. You got to understand that vibration that you are on is based on your decision. Nobody else's. Nobody else can do it for you. No one else is going to put their feet on the big wheel and push that shit uphill for you. That's the mindset. You ain't moving with that mindset. What the fuck is you? What are you doing really? That's how you need to. That's how you train yourself. If you don't have the mindset to do more and become better, what the fuck are you actually doing this shit for? If you don't want to take yourself to the next level, what the fuck are you even standing there for? Step out the way and allow the gods to come through. Allow somebody that's more worthy than you, that understands their self-worth of themselves, to step into that position. I was looking at the new Sabrina joint on Netflix, and laugh at it's like a comedy to me because I'm like, wow, they're just using all types of shit. They're trying to make it whimsical. All these movies, all these shows, they really just make shit seem more whimsical and put this mysticism behind it, so you don't want to go do it. Oh, they're doing it, so it's no good. That's about it. Mind Control 1-on-1. Forgot who the fuck wrote that book. Philip Cooper. Mind Control 1-on-1. Mind Control 1-on-1. Because even if you understand it, mind control, being under hypnosis, being under mind control, the key aspect to it is that you don't know that it's happening. You don't know it. That's why it works. Once you're aware of the spell, you change the divine rights to whatever said package, whatever said, to whatever said ritual. And that is about it today, ladies and gods and goddesses. As always, we always lead us up for the question and answers. I do appreciate everybody that tunes in every Friday to get that knowledge, to get that kick in their ego, that kick in your humanity, take you to the next level. The ones that understand speaking in light, speaking in this code of existence takes you to that next level. The aspects of you, of who you are going to that's what I mean by your love and your compatibility. The love of yourself is going to challenge the compatibility to what you were, of who you were. What you're becoming is not compatible to the lust of humanity. At the human level, it's actually just lust. It's not love of any kind. Similar to, I said it earlier, I wanted to get into it, the idea of what a soulmate is. They gave you this idea. The soulmate is this perfect person that just bonds to your soul. The soulmate is not someone that bonds to your soul. The soulmate is somebody that challenges everything that you thought was true or you believed about yourself in order for you to unlock your true self. That's what soulmate is. Based under the same aspect of love being an energy that destroys and annihilates everything that is impure to what you are. So you become what you hate, and you lust what you love. You only lust it because you're not willing to do what the one that you hate does to acquire what you want. I need money, but I ain't gonna get on no pole for it. The stripper look at you. I need some money, but I ain't gonna do no 9 to 5 for it. Yeah. I mean, at every given point in time, you're gonna come into that mindset of there's gonna be a collective thought processes. Like, I don't think about it because it's already happened. And at every given point in time, you can't. What happens is your ego is going to tell you, because it's still in that collective thought process, you'll be like, yo, I need this to be this, this, and this. It's sometimes that same thought process, in that same thought process, because you'll be triggered to the emotional part. So you'll literally sit there and you'll be like, all right, I'm going through this, this, and this, and I'm doing this, this, and this, and I'm doing this, this, and this. They have to be going through the same thing, if not equal. And then that's what's going to challenge you and lock you down in. It's inevitable because you have to have that counterbalance. You get to a certain level you're going to get to that level where you're going to need to understand the feminine aspect of yourself, or you need to understand the masculine aspect of yourself more. So what they would challenge everything you thought of what was the feminine aspect, and they're going to challenge i.e. or challenge everything that's of the masculine aspect of yourself. So if your mate is the feminine aspect and the femininity, they're going to challenge everything based on your knowledge of your masculine self to bring you to the androgyny of your masculine, of your divine God self, and vice versa. So it's an inevitable process. Everything's going to fall in lines of that inevitability, but it's your ability to learn from it, from the aspect of I'm learning everything. I've learned everything that I needed to learn. I have to allow it to fall away. I learned everything I needed to learn. Now I need to let it fall away. Did you learn to ground yourself? Did you learn? And then that's when people go into the basics of different, when you look at the different aspects of different zodiacs. Earth signs, did you learn to ground yourself? Air signs, did you learn how to float? Did you learn how to move? Fire signs, did you learn how to ignite? Did you learn how to use your passion? Water signs, did you get your emotions in order? All of these things are correspondence into you learning yourself. And based on your level of knowing the depth of yourself is where these conduits make themselves present in these areas. They're not going to make themselves present in areas that you're already strong in. They're always going to come in aspects of spots that you're weak in. That's the whole idea behind a soulmate. A soulmate's not going to come in on the things that you're strong on. They're going to come in. They're not going to tinker with the things that you're strong on. They're going to tinker with the things that you're weak at. Twin flame, soulmate. I forgot the other flame. I forgot the other fucking mates. Twin flame, soulmate. They're all meant to teach. Everything's meant to be taught from. So yes, it is an inevitable thought process that is going to happen and when it's going to happen. That's also another battle of humanity because you feel like, man, I'm doing all this shit, man, but man, I feel unfulfilled. And that's when your ego kicks in, like, you need a girl, or you need a guy, or you need somebody in your life. And then you find yourself, that's when you have to challenge yourself, like, I'm not going to put myself in a thought process or a mindset that has me on the lower level. I want to be on a mindset where this is going to elevate me. It's going to challenge me to want to do more. It's going to challenge me to want to understand more. It's going to challenge me to want to overall grow the value of what I am and who I am as a person, as a God, becoming enlightened. You need that check. You need that check and balance on where you're going when you're moving forward. You need that check and balance to keep you in alignment and in tune where you're going. Hell, you might end up being a sex demon. You might you can very well end up being a sex demon, or what I mean by sex demon, I don't mean just in that physical sense of just fucking. I mean in the aspect of your energy will only be used for certain aspects. And your energy will be digested for only certain aspects, which means for routine, rudimentary things. Then you fall into this loop of routines. So you'll be like, well, it's Tuesday, or it's Thursday, or it's Wednesday. This is usually when we do this, or this is usually when we do that. Then you find yourself falling into routines that aren't bringing any fucking growth. Every routine that you create should have some type of growth to it. It's have a beginning, a middle, and an end to start a new routine. We get stuck in these routines of, well, we go out every Thursday. We go see this movie. We go see this type of movie on this Thursday, and we're going to do this next Thursday. Ooh, next Thursday's Halloween, so we're going trick-or-treating. Oh, this Thursday is Valentine's Day, so we're going to do something super special. You start putting yourself into these aspects of different. You start putting yourself in the excitement of the routine rather than actually learning anything from the routine. Tell me you want to go get graveyard dirt. That's cool. Let's go do it. I ain't did it before yet. Tell me something that I don't already know. Question something that I already do know so I can learn more. These are the aspects that you look for. It's the narrative of moralism and traditionalism. That's one of those narratives in moralism and traditionalism that we'll get stuck in. And you'll get stuck in something for no reason. And then you'll find yourself connecting to things, needing it to happen in that space. Like, I need this, so I'm going to do this. So I'll appease to this, and I'll do this, and I'll do this, and I'll do that. And then you find yourself following a fucking program. Now you're stuck in the program. Ushering that program is what you need to do. The entire premise behind Valentine's Day, Valentine's Day itself is the fucking ritual. The act of gifting or offering for the sexual favor. If you study the actual history, the origins of Valentine's Day, it was similar to Saturnalia or Christmas. It was another reason for them to have orgies. It was another reason for them to suspend moral law like a purge. Valentine's Day is it's basically like purging in the same aspects of you suspend your falsified hatred, you suspend your dislike or discontent, and in order to get something, sexual favor, whatever it may be, you submit yourself to, I give my heart to you on this day. So then you're stuck in the method of routine of, it doesn't matter what. In my mind, how it's always worded is like, why would I wait for this one time out of the year to do something I do all year anyway? Why would I not have that same passion all year round? Why would I not have the same passion that I have on Valentine's Day under that stigma that I wouldn't have throughout the year? I should be doing I should be doing acts that show my love every day of the year. Similar to Christmas. Why would I wait one time of the year to get you a gift where you should be getting a gift from me every single year? You get stuck under that sigil or that mantra of money that I have to have money to do something. That's similar to Valentine's Day is the busiest day of the year for restaurants because don't nobody want to cook. They want to take somebody out. They want to do something for them. They want to take them to a place in an offering. Depending on how expensive the offering is, what they get in return. But then that's where the loopholes fall in. Because as a guy, you'll sit here and do all these things, and she put on a bow or some red lingerie. But since you don't want to accept, since you don't want to upset anything, you keep it to yourself. Like, you gave me the same shit on my birthday. You gave me this and this. Then you dumb yourself down just to accept whatever it is. Not really taking responsibility in your own real thought. Whatever you stand by, like Valentine's Day is one of those things, is like an outward shit to me, where you're allowing somebody else to dictate when you feel something. That's what holidays actually are to me. It gives you a thought process to dictate how I should feel at this time of the day or this time of the year. That's some of the motherfucker telling you need 8 hours of sleep. I sleep 3 hours a day. I sleep 3 hours a night. If I am unconscious to the world for 8 hours, 3 hours of them are actually spent sleeping, going into the dream room, and the other 8 hours are actually spent not in my body. Same aspect. Same shit. Somebody can't tell me that I didn't go somewhere in my fucking head if I went there in my fucking head. Someone can't tell me what I'm doing in my head because it's my head to do it. And yeah, Valentine's Day was just everything. It was just another reason for but when they fucking twisted it and gave them another reason to go touch little boys. Most of these holidays are around, they stem around pedophilia because you suspend moral law, you suspend the martial law of that time to entice your animal side. And that's basically what's happening nowadays anyway. A lot of these things that are happening are to perpetuate and suspending morality to appease the animal nature. If I want to go kill somebody legally, all I got to do is become a police officer or become a security guard or become a member of an armed forces of some sort. I can do that shit legally. But if I go get a gun permit and just going to somebody's neighborhood and just let off fucking shots, it's illegal. Two sides, same coin. What makes it illegal? Because according to their laws that they follow on this level, that helps put morality into question. Don't in that good book that y'all keep preaching from say thou shalt not kill? What's your question? Music on my fuck. If you participate in the twist and change up, do you feel the pedophilic energy too? If you participate in the twist and change up, do you feed that probably? In a lower sense. If you in participating, like this is how once you understand, that's why I always say, once you understand the spell of the ritual, you can dictate how you move. You dictate your participation. So, like, if the same energy, let's say you hate the LGBT community because they're the love is love and pedophiles and everybody's in that realm. By you hating it is the same way as you loving it, because it's the same energy. Whatever the energy is, the energy still going into that. You're under what we have to come to is the understanding of what it is in order to go above it. You can't solve a problem where it's on the level that's created. So I couldn't sit here and say, nigga, I hate Valentine's Day, because I'm now putting the same energy to be that counter to the balance of the motherfuckers that celebrate Valentine's Day. Similar to motherfuckers that celebrate Christmas, some motherfuckers that are still Christians, Muslims, whatever they chose. I'm the counter to that. If I sit here and denounce that, I do it without the understanding of it. I understand the history of Valentine's Day. What further keeps me away from what keeps me stifled out of Valentine's Day is the fact that my uncle was transitioned on Valentine's Day. So for my family for a while, we always wore blue on Valentine's Day anyway because of my uncle's favorite color. So we took that energy unconsciously. Some of us were unconscious to it, but the elders were conscious to it. We took that energy and we looped it around in order to usher in for members of building that, using that same love, using that same energy that they use under the stigma of love, under that heart, and we use that same energy to dictate our days day to day. Once you understand the spell of what's going on, you can dictate how you use energy. Similar to Make America Great Again. Everything, all the negative energy that's referred into Make America Great Again, along with all the positive energy from the motherfuckers that love it and the motherfuckers hate it, I don't either side. I'm above it. So when that energy, whenever someone says Make America Great Again, for me, I created that mantra in myself to eat that in. I can absorb that energy because we're greater than the demiurge. So when you're above the demiurge, for every little bit that they get, you get more. Because their power naturally, your energy created the demiurge, which the demiurge created this. So you're going from being the root or the source of its feeding to it being the source of feeding you, helping you further break away. Their arrogance and their ignorance is always going to be your way out. Their arrogance and their ignorance, that's their intellectual ceiling, which is your intellect, which is your spiritual floor, and your spiritual intelligence. Our spiritual intelligence goes above that because we have a deeper understanding. The key is to understand it without the emotional tether that locks you into it. Like, oh my God, it's another year of this. Don't nobody jump on my fucking, don't nobody come on my Facebook page telling me happy Thanksgiving. I don't celebrate that shit. Don't nobody get on my Facebook page, tell me not to celebrate, tell me Merry fucking Christmas. I don't celebrate that shit. Did you have to voice? You don't. By you voicing it, it shows that you still resonate to it. Something in it still resonates to you. Even though you can know exactly what the fuck it is, it still resonates to you, so you're still attached to it. So you're still allowed to be fed upon. So then you put up a platform. So the spell is the spell. and the energy is the energy. It's nothing moral at all. So my ego is going about it regarding the history, not the spell. Understanding the spell is more important than what they did. Exactly. Your question is the exact fucking answer. We're going through, what we go through is based on emotion. So we're thinking about what they've done, not realizing what it created. They're following your lead. They've always been following your lead. There's I forgot the niggas. I can never remember the white dude's name, but he said, "Follow the niggas." They're always doing the shit. Yeah. During that time that was needed, just like anything else, during that time that was needed in that space for that energy to be cultivated. We're past that level. But the ones that are at this level, they still need that energy. They only can feed one way. That's based off you being in it. You've already done it. You've already initiated it. You already went through the processes. You already did all the shit. You already did all of it. So all that's left for you is to understand and move the fuck on. You cooperating, whether you saying I hate, you standing on one side saying, man, I don't fuck with Jesus. And then on the other side, motherfucker say, I love Jesus. The whole aspect is you to understand both sides so you understand that you're Jesus. Man, I hate Valentine's Day. It's stupid. I love Valentine's Day. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful occasion. Your aspect is to understand how the fuck can you feed from it. It's not for you. It's for the humans. All this shit's for the fucking humans. You tap in to feed off the energy. Like, I'm going to go to work on Valentine's Day and my sustained pockets at that level are going to get fatter because of niggas' laziness to cook and want to impress their chick. Or chicks to impress their chick, or dudes to impress their dude. Whatever floats their boat. But I'm going to eat off of that money. The queen going to feed off and make all that money. They're going to make those coins. You feel me? That's how that works. Your whole purpose is the creator, and how you're taking this power, taking everything that you know and applying it to empowering, taking your ass higher. Being stuck on the history of the civil rights, these motherfuckers still will have a civil rights reenactment tomorrow, knowing the end result is because they're stuck in cultivating that energy for their purpose of them sustaining themselves at this level. They need it. They need your participation in that shit, in their pageantry, in their razzle dazzle. They need your attention because you're the only thing that has power. You're the only power source. We're the only ones with the soul. So they need your ability to be within it. They need you to fight, and I need to save my people because now they still got you attached to it. The motherfuckers running around here dead, they don't even know they have a fucking soul. That little bit of energy is going to keep this shit sustaining anyway, but not to the level that they need to do to advance anything. They don't want an advancement to the level of you leaving. They want to keep you tethered down here so you don't go no fucking way. Because if you advance, all this disappears. The ones that are in tune, the enlightened ones, the awakened ones, us, when we leave, all this shit goes away naturally. Because we're not focused on it anymore. That's like you looking at a motherfucker hating on a white person. The white people I come in contact with, since I know the history and the cultivation of what they are, when I look at them, all I do is fucking laugh. Like, y'all niggas really doing this shit? And I look at the angry black people that get mad at these people for doing dumb shit. That's what they do. The moment that you realize it and see it for what it is, not based on emotion, the moment you can, nigga, that shit don't even make, now I'm gonna come here and make my money and go home. You can go in it anywhere. Submit to the attributes of the ideal worker, do whatever the fuck you want. Then put some extra tomatoes on this salad. Because my guests wanted some extra tomatoes on their salad. I ain't gonna charge them. They're gonna give me some tips. But then you gotta be careful when you're doing that shit, because you're thinking you're doing something to get a tip of something at the worth of you, at the worth of your works. You settling for a little tip, a little bit of something more at the lowering of your works. Do what you do well and go home. Literally, do what you do well and go the fuck home. Do what you came to do and go the fuck home. We do so many of these things unconsciously, but we need to turn on our conscious. You do things unconsciously because the next thought that'll be in your mind is you come home, you sit there and be like, damn, I didn't know I did this much. My natural answer is, I knew. Because that's always going to be my answer. I knew that was going to happen. Because look at everything that's set up to lead to that point. Everybody talking about this, and that, this, and that. I'm like, you're already doing what they're doing. You're already in the pocket getting what they're waiting for. That's the whole key. You're waiting for something to happen. You're already doing it. That's the mindset, to go from waiting and sitting in Jesus. I know I don't come to you as much as I should, but if you help me get rid of this court case, then I'm going to come to church every day. And then you go to church you go to church real good for a fucking week, a month. You might even buy a new suit or a new dress. But as soon as everything calms the fuck down, you're going back to what the fuck you are. That's what this level is. Everything, when these motherfuckers get comfortable, they go back to what the fuck the scheduled program is. They go back to blackface. They go back to calling you a nigger. They go back to touching little kids. They go back to their natural self. All they're going to do is go back to their natural self. Depending on how much attention you give to them, gives them the guise of how natural they will be. If you don't pay attention to it, or you don't harp onto it like, oh my God, they're stealing our kids. Is which one that's for everyone. I always hate the lag. Going back for the natural state, it depends. For the natural state aspect, going back to your natural state depends on where you're at. So in the aspect I'm talking about, for the ones at this level, the ones at this level that are not enlightened, it's not for us. And it is for us, because we're naturally going to go back to our natural state of being. Everybody says, like, this similar to the conversation, people are like, oh, you went natural? Nigga, I went back to me. Like, someone can sit here and say, oh, you got locks now, so you went back to natural. Nigga, I was already natural. I just went back to my natural state. And based on your knowledge of yourself is your natural state. And based on your knowing is how you naturally go back to yourself. We have to go back to our natural states before the indoctrination. We got to go back to the natural states before the traumas. Before any of these traumas happen, what were you when you were 1 and 2 years old? Is the mindset. That imaginative mindset. Now, everything that came after that made you who? Before you were the who, you were a what. Before you were a what, you were the what being a thought. But before you were the what, you were a thought. Then you cycled in and became the what, and then you were groomed into the who. So now the digression is going back from the who you were to what you were. So it's, best to the what you were. What you were before you got the name you are at now. What was your name before this? Major keys to everything. Major keys to it. Your name, your spiritual name, what you were, like the energy that you embarked on, your energy is within your life trauma and events. It's within the traumas. I was always constantly at crossroads in 2 different lives. Always at crossroads. My middle name stemmed from Dionys. My first name stemmed from my mother's love of Prince. And then that's how I found out about myself. Like, so the Dionys, the Jimi Hendrix, all that purple shit, that royalty, that God gate for that crown chakra shit, being open to that led me down my purple brick road into what I am now. Hell, for a little while, even down to my birthstone was fucking purple because I'm born in February on the 16th. Greatest day ever. The death of a human, the birth of a god. But in that aspect to that, encapsulating that, every answer is within everything you went through. Who you are. What you are. I did a post a while back. I was talking about the Kali energy. Most of our queens embark that Kali energy because if some shit go down that is against the order that has been set, they will turn shit upside down and crush shit and turn shit on fire. That's Kali energy. Niggas that was doing the crip walk, nigga, that's Shiva energy. You have to look at everything from the aspect of it's spiritual, because everything you do unconsciously is actually spiritual. Everything you do unconsciously without the thought process behind it, that is your spiritual self kicking in. You've just been told it was emotion. That's what it means by getting your emotions in order. Getting your emotions in order is actually stepping in front of like, whoa, pausing yourself and actually stepping into that physical foundation that is actually you. So yeah, going back to your natural state, it's an inevitable process. Your natural state is not the state that you are most comfortable in. Your natural state is actually your most uncomfortable state. The one that makes you do the most work, actually. My natural state being these fucking locks, because in every fucking picture that I found myself, including Baron Somni, nigga had locks or hair, locks, in the older pictures. The process of me keeping these done is part of my spiritual process. Sit back, similar to when I get my hair cut. I go into everything that I do that's natural of me. I always go into a natural meditative state. I don't need anything outside. I don't need anything to amplify my naturals. I don't need anything outside of me to amplify my natural state. Now, as I trained myself, binaural beats, certain mantras, that was me training myself. But after a while, the mantra leaves, the book leaves, all that shit disappears. All you have is your thoughts. So what did you program into your subconscious in order to take you through your shit? That's why I always tell motherfuckers, like, it don't matter. I don't care how much you fucking meditate, how many pills, whatever you drinking. When it comes time to actually use that shit, that's your true fucking test of how strong your discipline is. What is in your mind? Whatever you program into your subconscious that needs no additives. You need no additives. You need no preservatives. You are pure, defined, beautiful energy in itself. So everything that happened up in your indoctrination, the traumas, the repetition, the symbols that kept popping out, that's what made you the who. So that what you are is based on understanding all of what made you who. All of what made you who you are. Your likes, your dislikes, your taste in fashion, your taste in this, your taste in that, your taste in men, your taste in women, your taste in both. Whatever is on you. Whatever it may be, that's all intricate understandings of you understanding yourself. The easy shit to let go of is shit that you didn't like in the fucking first place. The shit that you really didn't need to do without it, you're all right without it. The things that are going to be more trivial and more time-consuming for this context are the things that you really need to look at. Tell me about your mother. Did your dad give you enough hugs? Did your mother tell you? Why didn't your mother tell you she loved you? Why your dad never seemed? Why in your dad's eyes did you not seem to never do anything right? What put your father in that mindset? What was in your father's mindset of survival? Because what was in their mindset of survival triggered what's in your set of survival. What happened in your mother's life triggered your settling in your survival, how you survive. What your grandmother, your uncle, your best friend did, with whoever was connected to you at that point in time, what they did, you saw it as, I don't want to do that. So you did the opposite. But in not understanding the front of the coin, and you went to the back of the coin, everything that you needed to understand is on the other side of the coin because it's in the dark. You put light on this side, I'm going to be a hustler. I ain't going to need shit from nobody. Why do you do that? It's just how I've always been. It's not how you always been. Because at a point in time, you needed mommy and daddy to fucking change your fucking diaper. So you have not always been a bona fide hustler. What changed? What shifted? Those are the keys to understanding your higher self. Not what you sitting back and accepting and makes you comfortable. It's what's making you uncomfortable that you don't want to touch on. The thing that gets into your emotional data bank and then pulls out and lets your ego get fed. Those are the things that you need to work on. Those are the conversations that you have to have with yourself. Because no one else can have that conversation but you. No one else can have that understanding but you. Because that is detailed information for you. The instructions, as the white boy says on Legion, Look at your arms. It's the instructions. The instructions are written within you. You got to shine light on them. Everything you need to know is inside you. The very triggers of the trauma, the very triggers that trigger you in your life, that take you to that place. Those are the things that you got to study. That way, when the moment happens, you can't explain it. You can explain it based on the natural of your ability, but you can't fully encompass it. You can't fully explain it. That's what enlightenment is. Last night when I was going and I was sitting there in the fucking crossroads, I was sitting in my aunt and uncle's living room. Sitting in my aunt and uncle's living room. I didn't come to fully consciousness until probably an hour after I woke the fuck up. But I knew my stomach was in fucking shambles. I didn't eat any fucking thing. Actually, I think I had some badass fucking Chinese food, but that's besides the fucking point. But I'm sitting there, I'm laying on this very fucking couch. Can't fucking move because my stomach is in fucking shambles. It's because I knew I had to pull out something out of myself in order to obtain that energy. A part of me had to die. Ever dealt with Akasha in your journey? I've been asking and getting visions, but I'm not going to lie. I've been feeling the journey of my business. I meditate at 369. That is the best way. The only other aspect to help you get with that is actually writing it down. The process of writing it down is the other half of the ritual. That's why I tell the motherfuckers, like, you got to write that shit down. Like, when it happens, you have to write that shit down. Because if you don't write it down, you have no record, and you're going to beat yourself up like, damn, nigga, this shit happened, and this happened, and this happened. And then you're going to sound sporadic. It's already going to sound sporadic as fuck. But in order to get yourself focused in alignment, that exercise of writing, that's why I tell people, like, write down your day, what you have to get done in the day. And that goes into the rituals. Tell my queen all the time, write down this followed by paid, write down this followed by paid, write down this followed by this. I tried to tell my mother to do that, but then she stopped doing it after about a week. But that process of writing it down, it helps you recall. It helps you with recalling. I had a point when I was going into my dreams before I got into the actual dreamscape and creating my shit. All my dreams are being, it's also, everything that you do is going to be a part of your shadow work based on where you're at and what you're going to do. And as you rise up into it, you're fine. But before I got into, I always wrote everything down anyway. Yeah, you put it in your shadow book. That's the book you should put it in. Because it's your thoughts of your dark coming into the light. You're creating your grimoire or your book of works and magics. Grimoire is the Latin term for meaning from inside out. You're just writing it out. But that writing that down part exercises that part of your subconscious into, like, your writing, so you're recording automatically. That's why it's always good to handwrite it. So when you text it, when you type it, it's one thing because all your mind is taking in its clicks. Think about it like this. When you write it down, you literally have to watch your hands make the word. So you be sitting there writing, and you actually have to see yourself create the words. When you're typing it, similar to like when they took away records and made them CDs, it took away that power. So like the record was carbon based. The tip was usually a diamond or a sapphire or whatever stone, but it was carbon based. So when it hit that record and that record spun, it was carbon on carbon. So it was alchemy. So that's why you always saw the motherfuckers at the shake joint and they had the records playing. They were going there, they'd be sad at the end of the fucking week. They come out of there, they laughing and giggling and joking because the music actually healed them. What they done to us now, they took out the equalizers, so they gave you the compact disc, so it's a laser. So it's only giving you surface images. So they're giving you surface. So that's why when you hear Megan Thee Stallion, you start bopping, you start dancing, doing your dancing shit, you're feeling the vibe based on ego, and then you saying the words, but you're not looking into the magics of it. Like I looked at the Tiny Desk concert of Megan Thee Stallion, and I was fucking amazed at her breath control. So whenever I look at something, I study it. So I'm looking at her doing her little bop. That bop that she does, that's her breath control. That's alchemy. That's goddess type shit. Even if she's unconscious know what she's doing, that's goddess. That's the shit that you need to pay attention to. They put it in everything. So if I look at XXXTentacion or Juice WRLD and they say some shit, but because their image is of they got fucking purple fucking hair, and I'm not in my circle, I'm in some square shit. Nigga, all this music is the fucking same. All this is dumb shit. All I know is they hit fucking single. I won't go listen to their body of work. I'll listen to 21 Savage, said some different shit that you really had to listen to. I've listened to 21 Savage. I've listened to Lil Uzi Vert. I've listened to all of them. And what I have the ability to invoke a different set of energies into the works. I understand the spell, therefore I can manipulate the spell to do my own work. I ain't trapped in motherfucking years, but I still will listen to fucking Kevin Gates and I will get that same fucking rush of that energy. It's the rush of the energy and what you do with the energy. If you're only doing it to appease your ego, it dies when the track dies. But if you're invoking that energy, if you're invoking, you're doing your magic, you're doing your shadow work, your magic, which is yourself, and you're invoking your energy into it, the vibe is always there for you. What works for me isn't going to work for somebody else. That's that aspect of you writing out that shit down. So when you're writing this shit down and you looking at it, one, you're writing it down so your hand is making the gesture. So now your mind has to equate to this gesture that your hand is making as in a language or words. Your eyes are now seeing it. Even when you're seeing it, you're saying it in your head. So you're measuring 3 times before you cut once. This is like when I lay a podcast track down, even though I know what I fucking said, I'll listen to it before I even add music to it. And then I'll listen to it again after I added the music to it. Because I'm reaching on different levels. I'm layering my light into my words. Even the beats that I choose are layering the light into the words. Because I have that understanding that music is going to carry that information deeper than just listening to the words themselves. So I'm creating multiple layers of the information to coincide within you. It's up to you to actually hear to learn and not listen to reply. That's why I'm always like, man, I don't listen to Muhammad. I don't listen to fucking Farrakhan. That nigga a fucking Muslim. That nigga fucking Nation Islam. That nigga said some profound shit. Brother Ben X, that nigga said some profound shit. Even as ego draining as a SETI or the Pharaoh nigga, they say some shit, and then you know how to navigate once you listen to it. They used a lot of fear-based in their speeches, in their lectures. So what do I learn? Don't use fear. that's not going to get my message across. I'm lost within the first 15 minutes because I feel like I'm my mind. I'm a god. I'm supposed to be their equal. I'm above them, and I listen to them like, damn, I'm actually above them. They may have read this book and this and that book, but I got this channel, and this channel. They didn't get what I got. That's how you navigate yourself through your day-to-day. That's how you navigate yourself, writing down those spells. No one else is going to be able to even take a server pad. Servers have some of the fucking craziest. Every server has a different shorthand. You feel me? But that's their spell. They're able to read their own spells. What they wrote down, what they put down on fucking paper, they're able to read it. They're able to read it to invoke what they need to invoke and get what they need to get done. It's not for me to be able to read. It's not for me to be able to understand because it's written for them. That's their right. That's their energy. It's only when I want to understand it do I sit there and actually watch them go through the process. It's the process that we need to study. Fuck the outcome, because the outcome may work for them. The outcome works for them based on their intention and the process of the ritual of why they did it. It isn't me that put together this process. It's not my process. Therefore, it's not my ritual. Therefore, it's not my rights to bear fruit from their ritual. It's about me writing it down, me setting my intentions as I write it down, me creating my schedule to write it down, and then implementing it. But it's in my belief and my knowing and what I gathered to make my shit work. It's all about your work. Or you can get stuck on the serving aspect and ask Obatala to bring you some shit and do the rituals that they say, set that intention as what you do. One day I'm still drinking the fucking water during lectures because I've been bopping, having to piss the entire time. But yeah, that's the entire thought process behind you doing your shadow work. Your shadow work is bringing anything that is going to help you bring yourself true understanding of your light. You have to go through these processes or you're going to end up doing the same shit over and over again. Lower level, you're going to keep regurgitating the same relationships, the same bonds, the same connections to all these things around you based upon the work that you've done for yourself. Like me going vegan. All the reasons that I didn't go vegan was because I didn't want to stop eating chicken wings. And all of the people that are around me ate chicken wings. And they talked about, yo, we got to go eat some chicken wings. Or they talk about we going to go get burgers. Now that I'm vegan, I didn't do that for nobody else but me. But I have an entire different clarity. I can tell you what it's done for me. I have a different fucking clarity. I have a different clairvoyance. My energy is spent less time digesting and more time building and creating. Now, at certain times, yes, spirits, ancestors, they want fucking cheese sticks from Little Caesars. They want candy bars. And who am I to stop them to appease and indulge in what they would like to indulge in? But since I have an understanding of what it is that I'm doing when I do everything that I do, I'm not burdened by, man, if I eat that, my stomach gonna hurt. My stomach don't hurt. I still have the same regular meetings, throughout the day that I would have even if I was just drinking smoothies all fucking day. Because I have a deeper understanding of my rights and my rituals. Everything you do is a ritual anyway, unconsciously. Everything you do is a ritual. How you deal with things, it's a ritual. Everything you do is a ritual based on your knowledge of yourself and your confidence in yourself. Some people have backsliding rituals. Some people have forward rituals. But everything you do is a ritual based on what you know. You know more, you can shift and change the formula to your ritual. It's all about your knowledge and what you gain and encompass in. You can keep doing the same thing for the next 15, 20 motherfucking years, or you can shake that shit up and change it, or fall for the razzle dazzle, the pageantry. Fall for, oh my God, they had this fat bitch up there and they gave her a Grammy for being fucking, they gave her an award for being fat. Up here cooning it. Nigga, they cooning at their finest. You said the answer. So what the fuck do you care for? Are you cooning? Something in you still a coon. Need to think about that. Something inside you still fat. That's why you don't like that. Something in you is resignating to that to make you stick to it. That's why you get stuck in it. That's why you get stuck in the shit you get stuck in. Because something inside of you is still resonating on that level. That's how it can still attach to you. That's how all the traumas connect. Because something inside of you is still feeding from that thought. That thought is in your mind, therefore that entity can connect, and then it feeds. And it takes anything, it can take anything that's small as a mustard seed and make it seem this big. And then instead of it being this big where you can see it for what it is, now it's this big and now you're seeing it from all these different angles. And now it challenges your whole knowing based on your belief on where you're at. Based on a trauma that came before it. Based on this happened here and this happened here and this happened here. So it has to be happening here. Because you're stuck in that repeat of that trauma. Of who you were and not what you are. You've risen above it. So now you can see down at it. But now you're looking at it from above. Now are you basing it based off your trauma or your intuition? Are you basing it off your belief or your knowing? How much do you really know? The aspect of knowing is that you don't know shit. If you tell yourself you don't know shit, guess what you're going to do? You're automatically going to want to go know more based off your hunger of not knowing shit. A wise man knows nothing. A fool knows everything. All these little sayings and little doodad sayings that old folks used to say, they all were said for a reason. Even if they said it based on the perception of calling you a dumbass, it resonated with you, and that's what you have to go back and study. That's how that shit works. You got to go backwards to go forwards. You got to understand life to understand. To understand death, you got to understand life. Without death, there cannot be no new life. So something has to die in order for something to live. Something has to decompose in order for something to grow. So sustaining light at this level ain't gonna do shit for you. Any other questions? Remember, questions are just answers that, yeah. Remember, questions are just answers. Questions are the answers. Like Tony just asked the fucking question, it was actually the fucking answer. It's just your confidence in your knowing. That's one thing we have to also work on, is our confidence in our knowing. Anybody else got any questions? Any books y'all been reading? Any books you want to read? I'm actually putting together a book list. I've been putting together a book list for a couple of months, but I never get to the point of actually putting it out. To the tacos. No more bubbles. Yeah, I gotta put together. Yeah, I keep putting together the list, but then I take books away, and I put another book on there. And I take a book away, and I put another three on there because I'm basically going off what I'm reading at the time. And then my only thing is, I'll think about what I'm reading. I'll think about what I'm reading. I'll be like, well, I read it and got everything I needed out of it. But then I forget the other half is like, in order to gain more knowledge, even for myself, like in order for me to gain more knowledge, I gotta actually unlock the knowledge. I actually gotta disperse more knowledge. I'm reading Letters and Numbers by that one seems interesting. What is it about? Give us a little small summary of what that book's about. I'm asking that one. About the world uses numbers to control the masses. Really good. Ooh, I like that. The only book that I came across that I have not understood, I think I have it in my scribe. Yeah, the Bible is nothing but codes, numbers, and words. Like there's a breakdown of Ray Higgins does a breakdown of Genesis that I watched a while back. Me and the crazy in my life. And he was breaking down like basically when you look at the fuck is it? The word from Lord. Like basically when you look at it, that's a very interesting book. I might need to pick that up. But like basically when you're reading these books, when you're reading these texts, you have to actually have the correspondence, the concordance that goes with it. Prolite talks about that a lot. The Greek concordance that goes to the book actually understand the codes that are in the book. There's actually a book that I was actually just looking at that I actually was going to put on the book list. Gnosis, The Secret of Solomon's Temple Revealed by Philip Gardner. Gnosis, The Secrets of Solomon's Temple Revealed, and it breaks down because Solomon is simply the body, or when you go back and you look at the Temple of Dundera, or you look at the Kabbalah and you look at the Tree of Life, they're all synonymous to the same thing. They're all explaining the same thing from different perspectives. Or I think the only book that I did not understand the first time I read it was The Mysteries of John the Baptist by Tobias Churton. I picked up that book one time at Barnes and Nobles like 4 or 5 years back, and I didn't understand not shit about the book. It resonated with me, so I kept reading it, but I didn't fully understand it. I was like, ooh, I don't understand. But something in me wanted me to keep reading it. Then I went back and read that book, and then that whole breakdown of who John the Baptist broke down from being Thoth and all that stuff was on the first level. Then it got deeper into understanding the actual alchemy of myself. A good book to pick up is Chaos Magic, A Brief Introduction by Anusen, Anousen Leonte. So Anusen Lynette. I'm guessing that's a guy. Another one is Elementals and Servitors. That's a good book in breaking down, understanding the dynamics of the elements themselves and how they're broke down into you serving them. So when you're looking at the zodiacs, and if your aspect is, I'm a Libra, understanding a Libra is an air sign, your servitude is to the air. So everything that you do will be free of restriction to air. So you're basically serving out your lower self without understanding your higher self. When it comes to your zodiacs, a lot of us act out the higher sides without having understand. We act out the top traits, but they're actually the more animalistic traits. Not understanding their counterparts to the other traits, the other zodiacs. So if I look at to the aspect of it, like I'll use for an example, the lead. So for me, from my aspect to me being an Aquarius, I'm an air sign. Taurus, the compassionate other half, is to be grounded, the stubbornness, the grounding, being grounded. And me understanding my lack of restriction of attachment, I have to literally understand the other half. Yeah, understanding what that part to the Taurus, you have to understand those elements are parts of you that you have to understand on the other side of your higher self. So when you're coming into alignment, as you're coming into alignment and building yourself, that's when you're going to be challenged by the things that you run away from the most. Me constantly being in a position of being attached to something, that's what I'm challenged by every single day, and being challenged and staying grounded. But on the same catalyst, that openness or that the aloofness of being detached in order to move freely, that's what she's challenged on every single day, and seeing that back and forth. That's that part of the mate being the fuck. I hate when that happens. No, go back. That's that part of going back and forth. Everybody want to be a Taurus today? It's Taurus today. But I understand that back half of being with the other side for me is my challenges will naturally be in meeting this Taurus, being steadfast in my mindset of being grounded, but in that same aspect of allowing the air to cultivate and move to that higher level. That's how that mindset breaks down into you moving forward. But yeah, what's another book? Yeah, and Newson Leonette also has a book called Olympic Magic. That's a book that I was looking interested into. And I have a saved actual list. The books that I've actually been reading. Oh my God, this is really happening in the comments. The Secret Tower of the Secret Power of Tantric Breathing. That changed my breath control like crazy. Hoodoo in Psalms. Everybody understands. I think pretty much everybody understands. In Psalms is actually the best spell book that was ever created. A lot of people don't realize that the Book of Psalms was actually the greatest book that was ever. It was like one of the first spell books that was actually ever created in the aspect of recent times. So when you look at a lot of voodoo priests, hoodoo, you go to Louisiana, the magical power of the saints, a lot of these things were just transitioned because during that time of being the prisoners of war, when they did their thing, they put a lot of the saints, they put the attributes of the gods or our divine principles, they put them in the saints. That way they can still openly practice under the gods. They literally submitted to the attributes of the ideal saint with their attributes of their principles in each saint. That way they can do exactly what they want to do without anybody being any wiser. Because basically, and that further let you know, like, the motherfuckers weren't really fucking that smart. They're not really that smart. You give them more power than they actually have by making them, giving them this catalyst of what exactly what they are. One good book is The Sacred Symbols of the Dogon. That's a very, very good book. It breaks down all of the symbols that were used by the Dogon tribe that have been went from esoteric to exoteric. I always tell everybody about The Way of the Spirit Man. It's not so much a book that is spiritual. It's not so much everything that is spiritual with it. It's more to the aspect of embracing it. It's like it's methodology to grow your spiritual incompetence. Another book is a very long book. It's 693 pages. I've only gotten, it's actually like 894 pages. I have 693 pages left in it. Because every time I reread it, I always find something new. The Alchemical Body, the Siddha traditions in medieval India, because all of our ancestors ever studied was how to get out of it and the ways to get out of it. They studied death and they studied sex. They studied the Tantra. The Tantra is, of course, that gateway, opening that gateway through the rituals of sexual alchemy and bonding to becoming one. Embodying of Osiris is another good one. The one I got is by Tom F. Cavalli, Cavalli. I'm gonna end up putting the book list in the descriptions. Segment, that's another good one. That's especially a good one for the queens. because Sekhmet, the cat, Besa, that energy that's more encompassing, that goes under the thought process that the Sekhmet translated the Sekhmet whispered into Thoth's ear, which her wisdom gave Thoth his divine knowledge. That's the masculine and feminine aspect. The feminine aspect is the wisdom and nurturing. The masculine aspect is knowledge, the knowing, the acting out of it. When a lot of the older a lot of the older, like during the matriarchal, I was getting mixed up. Yeah. During the matriarchal, that's why you ever see the queen made like a lot of the councils, they were women. They were the divine queens, because a king cannot sit on the throne unless they got that apple of knowledge from the queen. Then you can sit on the throne unless you got that spiritual check mark off by the queen. The queens made the laws based on their wisdom, and the knowledge was us to protect and uphold those laws. In this patriarchal society, the feminine energy has been literally diminished. It's been lowered. But now you're seeing the spirit does its work, and that's why you keep seeing posts on Facebook about Black women are leaving Christianity for witchcraft, but they're always going to put it under the guise of something negative. So they say witchcraft, all of the spirituality. They're going to say witchcraft because witchcraft still is a trigger word or a buzzword for something bad. Similar to dark, black. The definition for black in the Old English, in the Oxford Dictionary, Law Dictionary, the definition for black is the definition, actual definition of white. The definition that he used for white is the definition for black, and the actual definition for black is the definition for white. They switched it around. So, but that also takes you to the thought process of thinking, if we are all colors, then we're lit, then we're the light. Then by nature, you would be white. You would be the pure you would be the pure light. You would be the invocation of all color. So you're actually lit. So you're actually light. So you're the light, people of the light, or the children of Ra. But now your understanding on the other side of that is you have to get back into the dark. So that further that you understand the reason that this representation has been put in front of you, that people call their oppressor, you must understand it. That takes the compassion and understanding to understand exactly what it is, for what it is, exactly what is playing in the script. Everything's written in the script. Everything's written in the script. What is your point in the script? What is your role to play? You set the tone of what role you play and how you play out your role. Similar to how they play out their role. Their natural state and their natural order of things is to keep everything in this one little, keeping in these nice little cardboard houses. Everything looks so nice and everything looks so neat. Our natural thing is chaos. Our natural thing has always been chaos. It's always been that chaos energy. We are the chaos beings. So having being in that aspect of what chaos is, that's how we always seem to thrive out of nothing. Best parts of they took the worst parts of the fucking animal and we made soul food. They gave us some needles and thread and we made Gucci. We took the prints and the miscuts and made clothes. This is our natural ability. Our natural ability is to create through the chaos. When you take away the emotional aspect or the bad or good and look at it negative or positive, you have a grander scheme on understanding what you do. You have a greater understanding of what you apply and how you apply it. When you write down that spell, you understand your spell. You understand the spell that you wrote. You can invoke your intention into that energy, and that's how you move into your magic. That's how the things work for you. It's based on your confidence in yourself. If you question yourself, at first when you question yourself, guess what you should do next? Go get the research to the necessary, go get the necessary materials in order to embrace, or if not embrace, yeah, we'll use embrace, to embrace your natural power. Okay, if you're not doing that, then you'll be sitting there. I lit the candle, but it didn't do anything. It's the intention that you set in the ritual of preparing the candle, not lighting the candle itself. The candle is the representation of the visualization of the finished effect. I want some more money. Let me go get this candle. It's bayberry oil. Bayberry oil is for this. I have all this information about this, doing this, this, doing that. You set your intention based on that process. That's similar to when you burn sage. Sage does exactly what it's supposed to do. It cleanses. You have set the intention of the ritual of you cleansing things. So when you burn the sage, it cleanses away things. What happens when you cleanse things? All the dirt is shown. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. What you have to do is be accepting of what it shows. Not expecting, but accepting in what it shows. And that's how if you base your reaction off accepting, you neglect feeding your soul, but you fatten your ego. When you base yourself off of accepting, accepting what it is that comes, when it comes up, you feed your soul based on your reaction is now feeding your soul rather than feeding your ego. Your ego will have you looking unconsciously for more of the same. Why does this keep happening? Why every time I get a tire on my car, my tire keeps going flat? Can you keep riding through that same shortcut to work? Man, the devil working hard on me. Every time I get a flat tire, you keep going through that same fucking shortcut at work to get to your job or wherever you need to get to, knowing that there's nails and all types of glass out there. Of course the tire's going to go flat because you're setting up. You're not understanding you're not taking the confidence in your causes, creating the effects that they cause. Questions? Any more questions? Anybody else got any questions, comments? I'm gonna have the book list in the description. That means I have to, when I end this, I have to actually write it now because I'll end up forgetting writing it again. Any other questions? I'm loving this crowd participation, by the way. I'm glad everybody has gotten past that stage of actually putting their questions out. See if there's any other questions that I missed. That's the key aspect to all the lectures. If it's not making you think, if it's not working that occult muscle, making you want to dig deeper into aspects of your life, if it's not giving you that passion to drive on that, then what is it doing there? At this point in time, for us becoming the awakened ones, the main aspect is that challenge of challenging and questioning everything, because it's going to remove that fear aspect of what it is that you need to question, what it is about you, within you, that brings forth the things that's bringing forth. It's a path that a lot of people are going to get to, but not a lot of people are going to step through those doors that are needed. It's all razzle dazzle, and that's my new favorite phrase. It's all razzle dazzle when Ashe. It's all razzle dazzle when you put on the crystals and the ankhs and all the pageantry, but it's different when you actually take it seriously as it becomes a part of your life. And it becoming a part of your life, it embraces and invokes an entirely different set of rules. We don't go by, we're stepping out of this understanding of the laws of humanity and what appeases the ego, and we're stepping into the universal laws. Being able to stand by, yes, basically. You put yourself in the mindset of literally those laws. The mind is all and everything is mental, meaning whatever you think becomes, whatever is in your subconscious becomes. So you want to work on your subconscious more. It's like if somebody always has something negative to say, or they always have a negative aspect of something that they're speaking on, that means everything that comes into their view will be based on negative. So in order for them to change everything in their life being negative, they must look at positive. They must retune their mind to first take in all information as positive. Dreams about babies and newborns are about new life and growth. They're not necessarily, the old folks always said it was, you dream about fish for babies, and then you can tell somebody's pregnant. But babies and newborns, there's always a new path that's always talking about the birth of something new in your life. Depending on how old the child is, or you can go into the interpretation of how old the child is, or if they were fresh out the womb, newborns and babies, how old the baby is. That gives you a predisposition timeline of how long it's going to take for it to come into fruition. So you have a dream about a 3-year-old and you've been working on something for a year now, within that 1 to 3 years, it's to start coming into fruition. Dreaming about newborns is more like a new idea that it's came into your mind or came into your thought process, or a new opportunity has came into the thought process of your mind, or that thought process, and came into the thought realm, and now you're about to take it to the next further. I remember last week, I told you about, you said the security job thing. I was talking about the security firm. Could be not. Just depending on where you are at mentally and what you've been thinking about comes into that fruition. It comes in through the dream. So anything that you've been thinking about in the nuance of starting or creating, that's where your subconscious is like, okay, cool. Let's dream about babies. Let's dream about newborns. It's all based off your conscious thought. Your subconscious is all based on what is being cultivated in your subconscious mind, basically. Similar to you remember when you were little and you ate some shit that you weren't supposed to eat before you went to bed, and you have a wild ass dream. Yeah, similar to that. If your subconscious is untrained, then your visions will be unclear. The more that you train your subconscious, the more that you Yeah, it's always yes. There's never no good or bad with it. Bad dreams are only as bad as your interpretation of them based on where you're at. Someone can have a dream about fucking snakes, but then I'm like, I'll say, what color was the snake? It isn't necessarily what you saw, it's probably the colors. The only reason that you saw the snake is because you might have a fear of snakes, or you might have a fear of whatever bug or whatever creepy crawler. That's what hits you in the ass, but like, oh my God. I saw a dream about snakes, it had to be something bad. I saw a dream about spiders, it had to be something bad, because you have a fear of spiders. You have to fight through your fear in order to understand, like, nigga, that's not what it meant at all. It was probably just the color of the spider or the color of the whatever it may be. I still remember you dream about onion rings. That was the earliest dream. But yeah, your subconscious builds things based on what you've already taken into it. So your dreams are direct correlation to what you take into your subconscious. Your dreams also can be indicators of things that you're missing in the. Your dreams are also indicators of what you're missing in the real world that you need to pay attention to as it comes to you. Dreaming about your grandmother, dreaming about your father, dreaming about relatives, dreaming about old spaces that you used to go to all the time. Depending on what they represented in your, it's crazy that you just said that. I was just about to talk about that. Depending on what they stood for in your waking life when they were physical, translates sometimes it's actually backwards of what they mean to in your dream. Things with ancestors and elders, I always look at colors. I always look at what they're holding, where they're standing, how they're standing, if they say anything, if they're not saying anything. Usually if an ancestor doesn't say anything in a dream, but they're speaking, it's like the person in the dream is speaking, but they're not saying anything. That person is actually a conduit. Something about that person. Look at what they're wearing. Look at the color. Look at the scenery. Because it's not what they're saying. The reason you can't hear anything that they're saying. The reason you can't hear them speaking because what they're saying is not important. It's where they're at that's important. A lot of times when we get into our dreams, we get stuck on certain aspects because we know them. It isn't the things that you know. It's the things that you don't know. It's the things that you don't know. It's the colors. It's the images. You can have like a dream about fucking a field of fucking flowers, but only one flower has color to it. Why is that one color have the flower to it? Why you have a dream about a room of fucking field full of sunflowers, but they have no color, but there'll be a rose in the center of the field that has color. That means in your mind, that's what you need to go poke out to. So as you're walking through and then whatever you would actually think can happen in a field in your dream would happen. So you're like, if I went through the field, there might be snakes. So therefore there might be snakes on the ground. Pay attention to the color of the snakes. Pay attention to the color of the sky. You'll know when you're truly doing dream work when everything's in black and white. Because when everything's now in black and white, it means that you are able to control what color this is, what this looks like, what that looks like. I interpreted a dream a long ass time ago. It's probably one of the first things I interpreted. And I think it was one of my homegirls' dreams. You're one of my homegirls' dreams. and she was talking about she kept going to the old church. It was like an old corner store in Jersey where she used to live at, and all the cans. Every time she kept going back in there, like less and less of the stuff was in there, and everybody that was walking out, she knew, but when she turned around, they disappeared. And their interpret that dream is like you're stuck in between where you were and where you're at now. A lot of dreams are just simple plain, like you're stuck on where you were at and then where you're at now. The things of the past are no longer tied to you, so when you turn back around, they're not there anymore. But yeah. Now, if you see a group of ancestors around some light, don't go towards the light. Walk away. Because even in your dreams, based on your subconscious and based how deeply rooted programs are, that's how deep these programs run, the archons will intercept your dreams and they will come to you under the guise of family. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of the things that come into your life can be under the guise of an archon. The motherfuckers that are always argumentative. The ones that never seem to be doing anything in their life that's gravitating or making anything seem better. They never do anything better. Agents of archons. They've been put there for that guise of family. That's my family, though. Now you'll be stuck. Now, by association, this person can be at any event. I hate Cousin Bill. I hate Cousin Tommy. He always come over. He always smell like fucking weed. He always stink. But his job is to sit there and cause unrest. Like the gay cousin or the aunt that's been has that one friend that she says been her friend forever. Everything can be used against you if you haven't healed from the trauma that created it. You create the very trauma within your own life. But yeah, that's like if you have a dream about dogs, you have a dream about dogs or something that you feel like dogs, alligators, snakes, or whatever you may fear, and they're blocking you from and they're coming at you from all different angles. The angle that they're not, to reinterpret that dream, they're not blocking you from anything. The way that they're not blocking is the way that you should go as you're walking through your dream. Because everything in your dream is based upon your subconscious, based on your ego, based on what's been programmed by your ego. Your ego will still defend you. And your ego will defend you from finding things in your own subconscious mind because your ego needs to live. Your ego needs your attention for it to live. Your emotions need your attention for them to live. Your humanity needs your attention for it to live. Everything in this physical representation needs your energy to live. It needs your energy to give it power. So if I have a dream, I remember I had one recurring dream from like the 8th grade until my second year of college. And I always saw these red cloaked motherfuckers. And they didn't have feet. At first, I thought they were running really fast. But then as I stopped, I said, stop. As I got stronger, I was like looking like, turn around and said, stop. I noticed these motherfuckers weren't fucking walking. And they weren't chasing me, they were following me. And as I got more confident in doing minor dream work, I was telling them to do things for me. So everything in your dream is of your command. It's up to you to have the confidence in yourself to command it. Like that South Park episode where They did, and it was funny how they did it because they told so much shit in that fucking episode. Now that I think about it, they were like, they put a bunch of different things from different planets on one planet, and then they called it Earth. It was a reality TV show, and then they said you can just think something and you make it happen. What form would make you feel good? A taco that shit's ice cream, and then he turned into a taco that turned to shit ice cream. Your thought process literally creates everything that's within your life based on the traumas, the repetition, and the symbols. So if you are still navigated by your traumas, you're still under the guise of certain symbols, the repetition of you living under those symbols and under those traumas will dictate how and what you create in your life. Every single time. I don't care how many times you can say every single day that you're gonna get a better job. Every single day you say, I'm gonna get a better job, I'm gonna get a better job, I'm gonna get a better job. Your ego will defend and be like, that one day you make some money or whatever you do at your job, they give you the day off you wanted. See, that's why I keep this job, because every once in a while I get something, you get a little bit of something that's actually a whole lot of nothing. That's that same thought process going back and forth on that. Godical Alchemist. I know that's the channel. Got Our Podcast. This week's episode was The Ritual of Distractions. If you have not listened to that yet, listen to it. There's a nice bonus feature at the end of that episode. I think I'm gonna start doing that more. Next week will be the season finale of the God Hour Podcast, season 1. The beginnings. Season 2 will embark upon a lot of different things. Mantras of the day. What is that? Mantras of the day. Cultural Digest. Paradigms of Fear. As I'm sitting here, created all these damn titles. But yeah, if you have not listened to season 1 yet, you're not season 1 is available now on Spotify and iTunes and most platforms. Get in there, dive in there. It's a good way to start your week. I started on every Tuesday. I do that for a reason, because ain't no other better day than Tuesday. We have to get into the habit of reprogramming our minds on every level. Everything becomes normal. Like these conversations right here become normal because we're on that level. And that helps you navigate on where you spend your time. Whether you spend your time in the dead world, you know how to move around. And when you come into your life, your higher physical, you need something to challenge you. You need that challenge. Everything's going to challenge you. Everything's the aspect of challenging. Everything's the aspect of learning. Up, down, round, around, here all we go. Any other questions before we do this closeout? I just did a closeout. I'm gonna put the book list in the description, so look for that. Rod Colonegis is my name on Facebook. I remember Melon and P. She asked that last week, and I think I closed it out. I had a problem actually signing in the stream, but yeah, Rod Colonegis is the name on Facebook. I'm gonna put that in the description too. Follow that for more content. My IG page is Rod Colonegis. Rod Carlo is as one word _Negis. Sign in to the register for my IGTV. I'm gonna start doing. I've already started laying tracks or teasers of the original God Thought for each podcast. When I get the actual chance, I'm actually gonna start uploading. I'm gonna upload more videos on IG. because they got to be 15 minutes. So I just have to work on shortening 20. I was almost good. This week. I had one for 20 minutes. So I said, I just got to shave off 5 minutes. Or I can just add the 5 minutes to the other half. That didn't happen. But yeah, so we're going to work on that on IGTV, make that more diverse. I just want to put out more content for us to digest to make us normal again. Right now, we're in that aspect of we're still treading. We got to make it normal. These conversations, removing that mysticism, that spookism from our lives, that's all a part of also your shadow work. The stuff that you made spooky in your life is the stuff that's fed upon the most from your ego. Your ego is going to defend you like, oh yeah, let's eat upon this. But as always, only a few of us are going to make it. Only a few of us step to that door. Even fewer step through it. To the ones that step through it, it's always going to be more for us. With all this comes a great responsibility to yourself, to your higher self. You owe it to yourself to fall in love with yourself, to understand yourself on every accordance, to every, to every counterpart, to every piece that comes into your life is an aspect of you understanding yourself and what you need to embrace and what you need to learn. Study all, follow none. I love you. We love us. Ashe.